I've been tossed overboard.
I'll have to bill you extra for my time.
Welcome to the show. You look incredible, like a dessert that owns a yacht.
That's exactly the vibe I was going for. You know, sweet but slightly out of your tax bracket.
Mission accomplished. How does one even shop for a suit?
Gold on my neck, gold on my hand, purple with the stripes, that's the walk of a man. Sidewalk shining, city lights humming, every step I take, they know a boss is.
I'm calling from Los Angeles, and I'm having a little problem under the name ThATuMBRELLAgUY. I sent him my phone number at least 20 times in the chat and told him to call me. He ignored me. I'm a man. I filed the report. If you guys could take a look at it and give me a call back, I would love to hear what you guys can do to help us. We really need to kind of stop this guy at least until Monday. I told him to call me. I'm a man.
You know what? I talk to your mayor.
She on the timeline, typing like a toxic. Gossip in the coffee, lies in her pocket. He in a cheap suit, briefcase, cheap grin. Thinking bar exam means he gon' always win. They filed and fumble, every case crumble. Judge side eye, watching every word tumble. Perjury perfume, they wear it like cologne. Trying to burn a kingdom from a glass stone home. You get sued, then you lose, then you do it again. Same script, same scam, you just repress sin. You toss mud, spread names, think the truth won't bite. But the record don't forget you, it's in black and white. You get sued, then you lose, then you do it again. Whole world taking notes every time you pretend. You toss mud, spread names, think the truth won't bend.
The cycle that you love gon' be your end.
He whisper, I'm the lawyer, like that's holy armor. But every filing reading like a bad soap opera. She pointing at the mirror saying, look, that's a monster. But the face look back and it sure look conscious. Mirror on the live stream claiming they the wounded. Timeline receipts, every live time stamp zoomed in. You swing at a critic, think he just a guy online. Now your false words sitting in a sworn headline. Lose and you do it again. Same script, same scam, you just repress sin. You toss mud, spread names, think the truth won't bite. But the record don't forget you, it's in black and white. You get sued and you lose and you do it again. Whole world taking notes every time you pretend. You toss mud, spread names, think the truth won't bend.
The cycle that you love gon' be your end.
How many dockets? How many dockets? How many wins end up as costs? How many victims you invent overnight? How many times can you lie on mic? You get sued and you lose and you do it again. Same script, same scam, you just repress sin. You toss mud, spread names, think the truth won't bite. But the record don't forget you, it's in black and white. You get sued and you lose and you do it again. Whole world taking notes every time you pretend. You toss mud, spread names, think the truth won't bend. Last page of your story say, this is the end.
All right, what's up, folks? How's it going today? Welcome to a wonderful, wonderful Saturday with a special guest. That's right, Shizzy. What's up, man?
What is up, brother? Yeah, that's funny because I was going to go over this tonight, and I reached out to Tug, and he was just like, we'll how about we just go over it tonight?
Yeah, I thought it'd be great, you know, since since you're Bruce's favorite person in the whole wide world.
He loves me so much.
He asked me for a character reference once. It was amazing.
Yes, I'm expecting he'll probably send me another email at some point in time, and of course I'll respond to him in, you know, the nicest possible way.
Yep. Yeah, of course, that's you, you know. Nice, always, you know, the kindest, nicest. Of course, that's beautiful.
Of
tonight, by the
course,
way, if
I've got my blonde streak in there,
yeah, you got to have that blonde streak, man. I realized it was copyrighted back in 1492, but again, they've owned the copyright forever. But as lowly people, we still try to get by.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you there.
No, it's all good, man. In fact, actually, you were really on a roll. You called out with that footage, that they put out with the vehicle, and you were like, "Wait a minute, those two cars, two different cars." I liked how they doubled down on that, by the way. I never got back to talking about the double car and how they tried to use like still imagery to try to debunk the fact that there were two cars.
Yeah, and the worst part is they didn't show the same thing that they showed during their video, because the
Right.
whole time they were talking through it, they're just like, "And look, here he goes. He's driving by again, and he's going and he's turning right into Jeremy Hale's property." I was just like, "Wait." And the thing is I noticed it on your channel, because whenever that truck drove by, because I guess they were saying there was some logo on the side of it or something.
Yeah.
And whenever that truck drove by, I was just like, "Oh, that's just a reflection. That's all that is."
Indeed.
And then whenever I started viewing that actual film footage, I was scrolling past, just back and forth trying to find the location of where I wanted to show something. And that's whenever I noticed that they were two separate cars. I was like, "Oh."
Yeah, well, actually, the best giveaway for that, by the way, if people don't know for some reason why, you take a couple of days off or a week off, you miss the feds. They put out this video where somebody who had the police called on them, by the way, but they put this out here where, give me a second, let me throw that out there, where this person, I'm not going to go through the whole video.
No,
This person pulls up, they come over for whatever reason, they're around the fence. But the thing that was really interesting was when you looked at the car, it's parked, it pulls up, you can see it pull up, you can see it park, you can see this person walking around, but then they cut back in. And the magic here, where they're saying it's not two cars, I'm like, well, wait a minute. That car is farther back than this car when it was parked. So that by itself, besides anything else, besides the discrepancies with the wheels, the discrepancies with the design, you can tell they're two different cars. But
Yes, the color.
there's no way. So their so-called call out of you putting that out there really cracked me up, because, like I said, I haven't had a chance to respond to this, because this was their call out. They used still imagery, and they're like, "Well, look at this car here. Look at it pull out." And I was like, wait a minute. We didn't even see that happen.
No.
We never even saw the car actually pull out. This right here never happens on the video that we're watching. We get a jump cut, and it's definitely not the same car, like you said, because what we get with that vehicle, we go from a dude walking around we cut
to
back
the blue car. Yeah.
And we never see where the other car went. So,
Yeah. Well, and according to them, because they showed more footage, more pictures, was like, "See, he turned around at the memorial." That's not what you were saying on your stream. What you were saying on your stream is this car pulled down to Jeremy Hale's property, and you were pointing it out at the end of that little clip. You were saying, look, see, this is Jeremy's property down there, and that's where he's pulling in. I was just like, that's a different car.
Yeah. And then they pulled this one out, which you can tell when they're showing this too. It actually highlights even better that it's a different car, because when you when you zoom in on this one, you can really tell that you can see it so well. The design, it's different lighting, but the lighting, there's no shadowing hiding this vehicle through these.
And that's called a blackout on the vehicle, where they black out the tail lights, and they black out the rims, and they probably, because they're in Florida and those are Florida plates on there, that they can't black out their windows. But that's what they call a blackout. I mean, I've seen it done. I've worked on cars most of my damn life. That's why I'm like, yeah, these are different cars altogether.
Yeah, see, folks. I mean, you can see this too. So when you got that one again, you notice no rim, no nothing, no shiny, no nothing at all. And then when you took this one from their own video, it's so obvious that it's a different car. And this footage right here is taken from their showing of it. So when they showed it, yeah, they were like, look, this car, it goes down, and look, oh my God, it's turning there. It's going to be a harasser from hells. But it's like, wait a minute, again, different cars for show. So I loved that. I loved the fact that they got caught doing that. Oh, it's so good. It's so funny.
Oh, and they absolutely lost their mind over it. And of course, that's whenever they said, "Oh, shizzy donuts." You know what? I've got merchandise that has that actual. It has my dumb nuts up there. They've got the sparkly helmets. They're a couple of walnuts. They're chilling out.
Oh, I just love that, man. I love the fact that you lost their minds. Then we get this. So this is pretty funny, folks. And this is what we're going to talk about tonight. This is the wonderful new document. Now, it has not much with the main document itself. The reason I cut it like this is because there's an address under it. Then on the next page, there's an envelope, showing that it had mailed. But this is all the first portion says. This is Fed 1. Now, you think about the audacity of this, folks. You have the judge come in, and he says, hey, I haven't, it's a response to what Randy had noted about the judge being like, yo, you're biased. You didn't do anything about this guy. This guy, he just walked away. He did nothing. He basically, flipped off the court, and said, I'm not coming in at all. I refuse to. And well,
not
that
once,
shows.
but 3 times he did that.
Yeah. Yeah, he did it with the, well, he did that repeatedly. And then to follow that up, he's told to explain why he didn't show up. And his explanation for it is Jeremy Hales, the norm instead of doing anything typical. So this is actually the first document itself. This is pretty much all you get out. So I'm going to read it here. I like how, again, you can tell John Cook, like AI at least, I'll say, says he didn't write this. You compare anything that he's ever done before to, when he files it 100%, it's like, nah, he didn't do this. This is somebody else. So it was titled Defendant John Cook's Response to Order 182. I like how he forgot to capitalize his own name here. So, it's just so many things that if he quote unquote did it, these things like work against that, in my opinion. But Defendant Cook responds to order number 182 because it says the court will address misconduct by our former counsel, which means possible sanctions against us. They're trying to use that.
That's wrong. There's no sanctions that would be against them. That would be against former counsel.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the judge says very specifically, like that we will address former counsel sanctions at a later date. So unless they've agreed to pay for all of his sanctions, then I mean that they don't have anything to worry about.
Well, I think they know that. I think this is just a way for Bruce to get in a filing that he wanted to, because it doesn't say anything that really alleviates any potential sanctions from them. It's not Bruce saying, hey, this is my bad, I did this. No, it's more of the same. It's Jeremy Hills, Randy Shuckett, not my fault. All that stuff, which is amazing. So, quote unquote, John Cook, in quotations, I ask our former counsel to provide a full response to any possible misconduct. Now, I like that this is yet another bite of the apple. It's a year later. They had a hearing on what exactly transpired. So this right here, if this judge allows this to sit, this is a problem. They should be sanctioned for a few reasons for putting this in. One of the reasons is you're not supposed to be putting anything in. And they've been told this repeatedly. And on top of it, there's no reason that this should happen at all. So
because this is what throws you off. I asked our former counsel to provide a full response. So if I'm to assume that he's under oath whenever he says that whenever they actually have a hearing on that, he's going to be asked under oath if he actually wrote this. And if he lies about saying that he asked former counsel to provide a full response, why would he do that?
Well, on top of this too, I thought they fired him.
They did fire him.
Okay, so
why are they still talking to him?
Yeah, isn't that? I mean, okay, the reason that he got away was because they're saying, "Oh, we got to get rid of him," right? So, if he's still part of this, if he's still chilling and hanging out, then why did he leave? Why is he gone?
Well, and he already stated this on the Lee's channel, and we've got it recorded, where he said that he's left the representing them, but he's still going to be working in the background and writing motions for him. He's already said that that's what he was going to do.
Oh yeah. Well, he actually tells you why he quote unquote left. Although it's interesting because his version of things, when he talks about it, he's saying, I got in here to get this dismissed, not to get into the polyflop. And it's wild because, wait a minute. You say you were doing this stuff for free. You say you had a specific goal, but it became too costly. But I thought they fired you again.
No,
it wasn't.
No. He was bragging about the reason why he got into this is because he wanted to make sure that Jeremy went broke with court fees. He was boasting openly about making sure that. Look, I got it delayed for 6 months.
Yes,
that's what he
very
said
much
at
remember
the
that.
very beginning of it. So whenever he says, "Oh, I wasn't in it for his polyflopping," that's exactly why he was in it, because he wanted it to cost Jeremy money, and he stated that openly. Why do you think that that person is being sued? Because they were just being on the up and up? No.
It's just so funny. Like when he comes in and he starts retelling this stuff, it's you notice it's a brand new different tale now. It always changes over time. So John Cook asked Bruce to give that to him. It says attached with this response is the affidavit of her former counsel. Now, again, this is inappropriate as hell,
Yeah, because the judge already said that he did not want to see any more filings from John Cook until the case, the stay is lifted.
He should be sanctioned. But again, I believe it when I see it. I don't put any faith in the court doing anything about this behavior. Now,
I mean, I don't know if Randy can file anything and basically say, Your Honor.
Oh, he has to after this. If this judge doesn't respond, but he has to respond. See, this would be the thing. If this judge does something that showcases what looks like bias after that, one of the arguments that the head judge, when he came in, when he talked about this, said is that their objections to this or their call outs, they weren't timely. Oh, well, you waited X amount of time, which I thought was messed up anyway, because when you think about it, everything's paused. No one else is supposed to be filing or doing anything. They've talked about that. But Randy was supposed to be filing things while they were shut down, So the timeliness argument, it's like, okay, if he doesn't do something with
what I don't understand is the judge told them there will be nothing filed in this for 30 days until they seek counsel.
Yep.
So why it? And then as soon as before those 30 days were up, they
it's all
they had discovery. All right. They were requesting documents, not once, but twice. They requested documents to get through discovery. And then, of course, this is whenever Bruce files his motion. He's filing motions for attorney's fees. He's filing, I mean, just the amount of crap that was going on. And, you know, in that 30 days, and whenever those 30 days were up, they filed for bankruptcy, which stayed the whole damn case. So tell me, how is it timely that they could file anything? I'm
Right.
confused.
No, that's exactly what I thought with that. You know, it's this insane mixed message from a judge that penalizes anything that you do, you know. So if they would have filed something, you would have had an absolute freak out that was involved in it. So yeah, I mean, you couldn't do anything with it. That's just the reality of it. But here's this document that Bruce puts on the record, and so much of it is such a jacked up retelling of this that it amazes me. But there are certain parts of it where you're like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. So let's check this out here. This is the affidavit of attorney Bruce Manskin in response to order number 182. Now, in number 1, in order 182, the court wrote that, quote, the misconduct of defendant's former counsel would be addressed, unquote, and, quote, has not been addressed yet because this case is and has been stayed. In any event, sanctions are routinely imposed at the end of litigation for conduct that occurred earlier in the litigation. Now, first of all, this was a garbage excuse because they already sanctioned one attorney for conduct, and that conduct didn't include not showing up, basically telling the court, screw you, slipping out of it. Something should have happened then. Most people wouldn't have just gotten a little pat on the hand. They would have had somebody saying, yes, show up now or else. So,
and he should have been drug in there by the marshals and held in contempt of court.
Yep. She got him by the short hairs for show. So, as number 182 did not specify the misconduct that would be addressed. No,
because there was at least one of those were completely.
They already had a hearing. That's the thing. They already had it. So screw him. You know this.
And what also, if you read 182, it does not limit what exactly what his misconduct was. This is him trying to rewrite this because he's saying, oh, it did not specify the misconduct, but I'm going to tell you what I think the misconduct was, and that's what we're going to address. There is so much more than just these little 4 bullet points that he's trying to put out there. And this is why Randy needs to file something pretty damn quick on this crap, because there is so much more garbage that is not addressed, and him just addressing these 4 little things. Oh, this is all that it looks like it was. Oh, hell no.
He's been put in such a weird place with this judge, because this judge, you respond to something, oh my God, in trouble. You know, if you don't, you cause yourself trouble. So it's like I said, he's been put in a weird place where he's I'm
sorry. At this point, if I were Randy, go ahead, sanction me. But I'm going to have this damn crap on the record, because that's the only damn way that he's going to be able to stop this crap. Playing nice with these people is not going to work. Let the judge go, take the damn hit and be like, listen, Your Honor, let's address every single one of these points right here. And
well, they already had a hearing for it, though. The judge, there should be no document whatsoever, because he had his time. And guess who showed up for it? Randy. Guess who didn't? Bruce. And then Bruce was asked, hey, why didn't you show up? Guess what he didn't address? All this stuff. Guess what he did address? Jeremy, polyflop, all that bullshit. So As number 182 did not specify the misconduct that would be addressed, this ensures the court has information relevant to all possible conduct it may be referencing. Number 1, or I, well, I'm just called 1, although I like how we become just this, okay? 5 emails underlying motion 96. Sanction denied. Under order 162. I need to pull up 162. It's been a minute since I've looked at 162, by the way. I need to pull that. Let me see if I got that like real close.
Yeah, 162 was over the emails that he was filing in there.
Yeah, I need to let me see if I got that.
Because
right on hand. If not, I'll have to pull it up and then
I think I do. I can pull it up.
Yeah, that's what I was looking. If you've got it on hand, otherwise I'm going back through the.
I have all of these labeled out, and 162.
God, there's so many. Man, when I go through this stuff, I cannot believe how many filings and stuff. The stuff that's attached to this. I mean, yeah. So that's the order denying sanctions on 96 and 117.
Yeah.
All right.
This is I've got it right there, pulled up, dropped up in there.
Okay.
So the order, 2 motions before the court. First, the plaintiff's motion for sanctions, including.
One second.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
No, you're good.
The 2 motions are currently before the court. The first is plaintiff's motion for sanctions, including judicial default, 96. Plaintiffs have opposed this motion. The second is defendant's motion to dismiss FRCP 41 and for sanctions. Plaintiff has opposed this motion. Both motions show different sides of the same ugly coin of unprofessionalism by counsel that has plagued this case. It is clear that the attorneys in this case disregarded the court's prior order to behave in a professional manner, but the court does not believe the drastic remedy of dismissal of the entry of default judgment is warranted.
So this was this was talking about a drastic remedy of dismissal or an entry of default judgment, right? With things.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's really.
Yeah. The judge was wrong on this part of it because, Bruce wanted a dismissal, and that's not what was happening because Randy came back and was just like, listen,
Read the next 2 lines, actually. Read these right here. This is interesting, though, because I don't think Bruce remembers what's in this filing. Read these next 2 lines.
Court does not believe the drastic remedy of dismissal or entry of default judgment is warranted. Court has recently imposed sanctions against plaintiff's counsel for misconduct in this case, and the court will be separately addressing the issue of sanctions as to defendant's former counsel for misconduct.
So he actually, as far as this is not correct, because when he's talking about the order, it does not deny in the way it says he will be sanctioned. They're saying it. So, Bruce, you're full of crap with that. That's not what it says at all. It actually says, yeah, there will be sanctions coming.
Yeah. Yeah.
Brucey,
For Doc.
Brucey.
Yeah. Doc 127 and 128. That's exactly what those sanctions are going to be coming.
So that's his number 1, though, with this. So reading that line right there, it's saying sanctions are coming. I like that. So let's go back to it.
And I'll pull these docs up as we go.
Brucey. Oh, by the way, thanks to all of you. We are up to about 2,300 and we're still climbing. That's great. I hope you all enjoyed this document. We last night, by the way, we had a good live stream where Hales came on, and I thought last night we would cover this, but it was just fun. It was fun seeing them laugh and have a good time. These people have tried to flamethrower their lives. These people have either directly contacted or they've caused to be contacted, police and other things. Like, again, they did something I may talk about tomorrow. They did something so jacked up in the last week that it'll blow your mind. But these people are causing police calls to come in. They're trying to get somebody hurt, is what it is. So it's good to see, instead of anybody letting them get to them, you know, that essentially you take their middle school insults and you throw them back at them. You know, and that gets under their skin more than anything, you know, instead of people, because I mean, if you let these people have the reaction that they want, then they're just going to continue doing everything horrible. So you just laugh at their stupid, you know, as always. And I'm glad they can. So with motion, the second portion here, motions 78 and 82, identified as quote unquote frivolous and or presented for improper purposes. That comes up with order 118. So
that's not what it's about. That's not what it's about. I've got the document pulled right up.
All right, good deal.
Yeah,
because I've got the folder. I pull. What was funny is you got to yours faster, and then I found it like right after that.
I've got them pulled right up here.
Yeah, we've got ours. You know, I haven't been in everything in so long from this case because it's been frozen forever. You know.
Well, and what he's not talking about is defendants have filed 4 motions for attorney's fees under 28 USC. Motions all seek the same relief and should have been filed as one motion. Thus, the 4 motions, 104, 105, 114, 116.
So this is 118, right? This is 118.
This is 118.
Okay, so this actually, he says that motion 78 and 82 identified as frivolous and or presented improper. So does it mention 78 and 82? Because at the top, it's not mentioning those at all.
No, not at all. The court is tired of both attorneys' this case clogging the docket with unnecessary, duplicative, meritless filings. The quantity of judicial resources have been consumed by this case is ridiculous. This simple 1 plaintiff and 2 defendant defamation case has 117 docket entries and discovery has not even been completed yet. The court hereby notifies counsel that at the hearing previously scheduled for April 3rd, 2025, the court will be addressing whether both attorneys should be sanctioned for the continual abuse of judicial process, unprofessional litigation conduct.
So,
and right here is where he tells them they're going to show up with their checkbooks, and there's their footnote right there.
Yeah, the footnote is, but you know, through this, it identifies much more than just those 2 things. So it was saying in this, man, he really loves to try to just boil this down to one item. When you get through it and you read through it, it's fucking insane.
Yeah, he's so wrong on what he's filing there.
God, well, it's amazing. He wanting to retell this entire mess, this fiasco. And of course he does. He wants to retell it a certain way because if he doesn't, it looks really bad for him. You know, then he brings up not appearing April the 3rd, 2025, for which I responded, oh my God, 130 was such a clown show. That was his why I didn't show up. Oh Lord.
Oh, that was his response to the show cause order.
Yep.
Oh yeah, to show cause why court should not exercise inherent authority to sanction him for failure to appear.
This was such a clown document too, because this document is essentially what it goes through is
he's trying to throw DUI guy in here. He's trying to throw everything at the wall. He's fearing for his safety.
It's just it's so absurd because he plays this game where he tells the court, I'm not going to do this, I'm not going to do that. Then when the court's like, hey, what's up with this?
Do you think Randy would show those emails to the judge that he sent me where he wanted this case sensationalized?
I think
I'm serious, and I'm not saying that I would send them to the court, but if Randy wants them, he all he has to do is reach out and get them.
I think he's been put in such a weird place. I don't know if he actually knows how he needs to respond sometimes. I think personally, like I said, you have to drop the elbow on this guy, because when you read through this, and not only that, it also had accompanying the accompanying exhibits were a bunch of thumbnails. Oh no, thumbnails. Then it had pictures from different stories saying, oh no. Then, and again, things like it included Walmart, for example, where he talked about John Cook and potentially violating. It included pictures of the post office video for which there was a violation of a protective order. It
oh,
also,
hell, oh my God, he's bringing in Char Wolves.
Yeah. Well, it gets even worse when you go through, like I said, the exhibit 2. Here, let me pull up part of exhibit 2, because exhibit 2, what he tries to use for excuses in this, it is so bad. Let me show you here. All right, check this out. You have the post office video. This becomes part of a violation. This video right here, where he's like, oh, this is stalking. Oh, that's not what Ohio said. So for, this violation, these were violations of a protective order. He used them as quote unquote proof of them stalking, when it's actually the other way around. His clients were found guilty of stalking and harassing.
Yes.
Because of that. So, yeah. So with him utilizing that period, it is such garbage,
Well, and this is where Randy needs. You're right. Needs to throw out the elbow on him with this crap.
But I am curious what I will see from this judge. I'm curious, considering the judge was put on notice that they're like, hey, we think you're biased. And if he doesn't do something correct in here after all of his, if he's just like, not a problem, or I'll get to it later, again, if he even humors this in any way, shape, or form, holy God, man. And then also conduct during my December 2nd, 2024 depo. You remember that one?
Oh, I've got the order pulled up right here. It is about his depo, where the defense asked the court to require the court reporter who transcribed plaintiff's deposition to release her backup audio file. At the court's directions, defendants have filed the transcript of the deposition. Having considered the motion and transcript, no response from plaintiff is necessary. Defendant's motion, which is unsupported by the citation to any authority, is not well taken. The court sees no need to require the court reporter to release the backup audio file. The transcript appears to be complete. There's no indication the court reporter was unable to transcribe portions of the deposition, nor is there any indication that the court reporter failed to fulfill her duties of accurately transcribing, and it's denied. Explaining that when audio tape is merely a backup to the basically, they wanted to get a copy of Jeremy's voice.
Yeah. Well, what they're trying to do too is trying to utilize this to minimize the other things. When he essentially told the court, when the court said, bring your wallet, do this or do that, they're trying to conflate those things with that. That was the first part where the court was like, look, I'm potted plant. That's where the whole potted plant joke comes from. So, it's a totally different thing there. Now, this blows my mind. The next part here, you see. read those next 2 sentences. I think you'll find them funny.
These are the only things suggested as misconduct on my part by plaintiff's counsel or the court. That's a lie. That's an absolute lie, because nothing by the court was ever suggested ever of what was as far as he was going to be sanctioned for.
Yeah, they were going to, I believe what would have happened when they went in looking at the judge's conduct, and before not him not showing up or anything, he had pulled 2 items. He was going to sanction them both for $4,000 a piece. He was going to slap them both on the wrist and be like,
Mhm.
get along, you know? And I don't want to hear anything else out of you. I think that's what the whole hearing would have amounted to. But again, he refuses to show up. The judge lets him quote unquote be fired from the case. It's so absurd. But check out this next sentence, Shizzy. What's that?
I am willing to appear remotely to address any others. And if I were Randy, I would say, Your Honor, it is very clear that he wants to do all of this remotely because he is not in the country, as he has run away from the country before, and he needs to be in court to address this, or I suspect that he will not show up.
No, I would be even more than that. I'd be like, look, Your Honor, if this is anything is allowed with it, I'm like, he had his chance a year ago. Right at a year ago now. He was supposed to come in and he was supposed to talk about it. Now he refused to do that. You gave him another chance to explain it. He still throws a little piss fit talking about, and again, who knows what the judge has been setting on that forever, so who knows? I really think the judge was just going to be like, oh, I totally forgot. Never mind. But we have no idea.
I would give him a reminder. I
think they did give him a reminder. I think they gave him a reminder when they said, I think you're biased, Judge. So if the judge, again, allows him in any way, shape, or form to do this, but to allow for him to ask to auto appear remotely is such a joke. Again, he had a chance a year ago.
And if you allow him to appear remotely and you put sanctions against him and he'll say, I'll pay it, he is going to argue that in court. What you need to do is you need to make sure that he is there in person. So that way, whenever he says, well, I don't have my money with me. Well, then you can put him into custody.
There is no, unless he plans on having him arrested, there is no reason to have him talking about anything, period, because he already had his chance. And he told the court, F you, essentially. If a court does not stand behind their, then we have a problem with the judiciary in our country. We have an absolute problem. I feel like, the more we watch out there are a few good judges that you see here and there, but people are more often, they're feeling like we've been betrayed by them. Look at we talked about the Afro Man case. The Afro Man, do you realize that one of the jurors came out and talked about what happened in the aftermath? The judge sat down with them after he threw a fit. See, first he comes in, he announces it, and he was not happy. You could tell, right? He goes, he slams his door, but he doesn't dismiss the jury. So they're all standing around like, what the hell? Well, he comes back. When he comes back, he wants to sit down and to have them tell him what went wrong. Yeah, that's what happened. That's according to a juror. The judge comes back and is like, what went wrong?
Yeah, because he wanted to take down Afro Man.
It's so crazy. Yeah, but that's what I mean with the judiciary. I feel like they've betrayed us. And we see more and more examples of just, you can take some of them as sheer incompetence, but other ones are even worse. They formulate these opinions and they're not giving people due process. They're deciding whatever goes on in their court. They've always done this, but now we have cameras that give them away for this. But they decide, that these are their little mini fiefdoms and they do whatever the fuck they want. That's not due process. So with this, if anything comes up with this, they've been told though, they are on freaking notice. And I guess we'll see what the response is. Also, he says, I also remind the court of plaintiff's counsel's misconduct that the court has not addressed. Wait. No,
the court did address.
Are you kidding me? So again, this is being utilized.
No, this has already been addressed. This has already been addressed. If Bruce would have showed up to that hearing, he would have known that this was already addressed, but he never showed up.
This is an attempt to color this case still by a guy that is not part of it anymore while he's trying to get his ass out of a sling. That's what
Well, and he is in a hell of a sling, because not as only is he in a sling here in this case, he's in a sling with the grievance committee in Connecticut. I can only imagine that he's having the same issue in Massachusetts. And more than likely, this is all of his bull garbage is going to be brought out by DUI guy.
Oh yeah. Actually, what's funny about this stuff too is what Hales was talking about. Hales said that as far as the DUI guy case, that transcript of Bruce talking in the Ohio court, that is a that is a big problem for Bruce. That is a claim killer, because he's going to have some real issues. A lot of stuff's coming out. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. But this period, these arguments here, and being like, let me go through, i.e. filing his client's perjured affidavit. Again, he's arguing, he's not even in the case anymore. This filing, how is this not an issue? See, he's trying the unlicensed practice of law. I would report this too. I'd be like, this son of a bitch is not in this case anymore. And he has had these people put in another freaking filing where he can try to color this case. He is already in trouble for this behavior. So,
well, and also 182 does not specify anything. That's the problem.
No, 182. Bruce trying to insert himself again. He just did this though and got caught and is in trouble for it.
Yes.
I would report this to the bar too.
Yeah. I would have this sent into the Connecticut bar.
Yeah.
I would have this sent also into the Florida bar, and I would have it sent into Massachusetts bar.
He's really, because they already had a decision come down saying that this guy, he's in trouble. They're already going to have hearings about unlicensed practice of law. How is this not? I mean, again, he is out of the Florida courts. And yet he is presenting, quote unquote, as an affidavit, a filing that, again, it's arguing he's playing lawyer. It's bullshit. And also, he had his day in court. There is no reason for this to exist. Man, I hope Randy drops the freaking elbow on him so hard.
God, I hope he does too. Just crush every single bit of hope that he has of winning in any one of these.
Oh, I hate him. Emails in motion 96. So, for one possibility for the misconduct reference and number.
No, that term right there is absolutely wrong. If you're he's trying to associate, there's a possibility. No. There is no possibility. The court was very clear. There is nothing referenced in 182 to have anything to do with emails. Your misconduct is what is going to be addressed at a later date. Nothing in this is correct.
Well, him speculating on it, period. There is no room or reason for him. Again, this shouldn't even exist. This is such a clown show, and this may cause him more problems. That's what I love about this. It may not cause him more problems, depending on the federal judge. I don't have any faith in the federal judge to do anything about this at all. But this may cause him problems elsewhere. That's for sure. So it's like, well, one possibility is the emails and underlying motion 96. You didn't show up. You already had the chance to argue this, Bruce. My response, 115, refuted that any of the emails constituted misconduct, and the court thereafter denied motion 96, order 162. So it seems this is not what the court is referring to. You didn't show up, loser. That's what they're talking about.
Yeah. None of that makes any sense. It was he's saying, well, this was my response. The court never responded to it. They kicked all this crap out.
They should have decided. See, this shows you why the judge putting all this shit off, though, has been a problem. This guy should have already had a hammer dropped on him, and a responsible judge would have already done that. And they would have dropped it hard. But then again, this judge should have already known what was going on in his courtroom. That's also the problem. He couldn't even keep up with the fact that, like, Bruce is filing a 3-to-1 And
Yes.
the problems that he had with Randy, like he threw a fit because Randy responded to again, you can't assume that a judge is going to make the right decision. You have to respond to filings as they come in.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I have seen lawyers that decided not to respond and things go terrible for their clients. So with him responding and, you know, essentially saying again, hey, this guy right here, he's noting a conspiracy this and conspiracy. The judge is like, well, plenty of people say that. Yeah, but they don't leave out the parties in a document. You know, when they're bringing counterclaims, they don't do this. There's a structure for this type of stuff. So if he doesn't do the right thing in there, I can't assume that the court's going to do the right thing and say that it doesn't contain what's there. They've already had problems. Again, I think the judge has made mistakes in this case, but you can't tell this guy that. So the emails underlying motion 96 did not warrant sanctions, which is what order 98 effectively was.
No. Absolutely incorrect. Absolutely incorrect. And I've got the document right here. Let me share it. God bless America. I love it because this guy's an idiot.
This is about the hearing. That actually wasn't. Order 98 is about the hearing. Like it's
90s. This is 96. No, not 98 was about the hearing, but 96 were motions for sanction, including judicial default pursuant to the court's order number 43.
No, yeah, but what he's saying is the order 96 is about. He's saying 98 effectively did not note their sanctions or say so the emails underlying motion 96 did not warrant sanctions, which is what order 98 effectively was. Was what? I don't even understand that. First of all, what does that language mean before we read anything?
Let's pull up 98.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. 98 is that's him telling him you're going to come in and we're going to have a hearing. It's the order to show cause. That's what that document is.
Yeah.
So that's not anything to do with that. This is again, it's so jacked up.
Yeah, this right here. It says as part of the response, defense counsel should show cause as to why court should revoke the privilege of pro hoc vice status that has been granted to him in this case. That's what it's saying.
It's about the hearing that he didn't show up for. That's what it's talking about.
And he continues to violate the professional standards of this district. This matter will be held Thursday, April 3rd, 2025.
Which he didn't show up for. So,
yes.
But it's a misrepresentation when you look at the way that he frames this, because when you read that, the number 5 is essentially, it doesn't even make sense what he's trying to say here, because again, 98 wasn't about this. It was about come in and we're going to discuss that, which again,
well, in 96 did warrant sanctions. I've got
it had a show cause. That's where it ends up coming from. That's where the sanctions do come from.
Because 96 is saying, listen, an order dated 12/9/2024, the court ruled no name calling, personal attacks, and obstructionist behavior has no place in a deposition or any other proceedings in this case. It has to do with the deposition. Experienced lawyers like ones involved in this case should be able to control themselves with their clients, but they apparently cannot, which is why the court will supervise the partial redeposition. Everybody in this case is now on notice. If this type of behavior continues, this is where potted plant came from, then there will be sanctions. Those sanctions will not light. They may include stiff monetary penalties, dismissal of the action, disciplinary proceedings against the attorneys, and so on and so forth. It gives the rules of it, and it just says, against the backdrop and direct contravention of the above authorities, Deuce has sent the following insulting and disparaging emails to his opposing counsel, making derogatory statements regarding Mr. Hales and his opposing counsel, calling him a scumbag.
And he's trying to bring up the scumbag thing here. like the first one. 96 did not disclose. Again, if you wanted to argue this, they had a hearing for it. That an email sent by me using the word scumbag was a defendant in a separate case.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
Well, regardless, he doesn't have room to even argue this. They had a hearing about it. Him putting this out is so improper to the point. Like I said, this judge has let these people.
I've got the actual email pulled up right here because it was put in the filing. The filing says, counsel, please produce a copy of the whatnot contract. You ignored my offers to maintain confidentiality, and you insisted on a joint motion. No motion is needed. Just attorneys and confirm that Brooks was underhanded and scumbag. You're proposing terms of confidentiality that I can decide to agree to. It's your obligation to seek such a protective order, which Randy should have. I have no obligation to participate in a joint motion. Basically, what Randy was asking for here is I do not want this released to the public because your people out there, I want to make sure that your ass gets sanctioned if you start releasing confidential information about my business.
Just like I got a writer rolling.
Sorry about that. Got you, brother.
Yeah. I mean, she can't hear anything that we talk about.
Oh,
anyway,
that's good.
You know,
that's good.
But I figure you're going to hear the hellos. What are you doing, kiddo? Yeah. Hey, did you have fun with your Gigi yesterday? She went and stayed with Gigi, and they got to go on a shopping clothes spree.
We had all night, we stay all night.
Yeah, you stayed all night.
I sleep on the mattress. My sister sleeps in a real bed.
Yeah, you've got your setup where you get your cool your mattress roll out, and you get to. It's almost like camping, right? You like that?
Yeah.
You think it's cool?
I like that.
Yeah, she loves it. Here, come here. Give me a hug. You're going to have to go back upstairs, though.
Sissy actually gets to sleep on bed, though. I sleep on a mattress, though.
I know. You think it's cool. You're like, oh, man, look at my mattress here. Give me a hug. Give me a kiss. All right. Go upstairs. Go. Oh, yeah. Give me a kiss on the cheek. That's nice. Thank you. Oh, I got an extra hug. That's so nice. Thank you, kiddo.
I love you.
I love you, too.
Go to mom's room.
All right, hey, go. You better go enjoy it. You better go enjoy the end of your lazy day. Unless, you were supposed to clean all that mess up today. Remember? I said you better go have fun. You better close that door. I forgot about that. I forgot. You better go. All right, close the door. Love you.
Well, and you know what Randy should do, and I'm looking at this now. And I'm thinking what Randy should do is have another show cause hearing. He should file for a show cause hearing to bring him in on this because that one right there is an absolute lie. Everything that he is saying right in that thing is
such a lie.
Absolute lie. And this one right here is him. And I'm looking at this really close, and him sending this right here. He says that there was these emails sent. It's well, this is like my explanation. And in these emails, he keeps using this polyflop bull crap. And this right here, just this alone, he should say, Your Honor, we should have a show cause hearing, and he can come in and explain that he's saying right here that these emails did not come and they were not part of that litigation. They were part of another litigation. We need to have a show cause hearing right now, and you need to have this in person.
Here, this kills me. He's like, B, 2 of the emails merely use the acronym polyflop. And he goes through what it is, which he's going to use again in this freaking thing.
Sleight of hand. That's all it is.
To refer to plaintiff's counsel's abuse of litigation with frivolous filing, which the court agreed sanctioning 4K. Oh, you mean in the hearing you were supposed to be at, Bruce?
No, what they were, no. What the court actually found out, the plaintiff's counsel should be sanctioned $4,000 because docs 85 and 86 were filed without sufficient legal and factual basis. That's what the court said in document 128.
It's funny, again, also, by his own definition, The multiplication of proceeding. You mean the guy who's filing 3 to 1 and the other person that is responding to your bullshit? How are they multiplying it's the proceeding?
It's misleading. That's not
what it is. Everything about him. I like how too the courts that still they don't like paint chips, it seems, right? And yet he's talking about the paint chips eggplant. He's like, that wasn't for me.
Doesn't matter. You still were emailing these people and including them on emails that they shouldn't have been included on.
Which we've seen now. This court has gotten another taste of. Oh, by the way, did I tell you? I found, oh my God, I haven't shown you this amazing discovery. So give me a second. Oh my God, this will blow your socks off. You'll be like, oh my God, Doug, you are. Yeah. Oh, let me find it. I gotta roll back because I posted about it the other day. Oh. You're gonna be like, oh. So I went to Wally World and I found out that the Antis, I think they had been there first.
Oh.
Yeah, to mine. You want me to show you proof of that?
I'm scared now.
Oh God, dude, this is crazy. Now you better be buckled in because you're going to be like, holy crap, Tuck, this is amazing.
I'm at my standing desk. I'll sit down.
Look at this picture. This is the cold cuts, right? And look, the tiniest eggplant ever. And as you know, they're known for their tiny eggplants.
They are known for their tiny eggplants.
I figured that was timely.
I love it. Little tiny.
Actually, my favorite thing I've made for a while. So, yeah, we had Lynette talking about churning her own butter, right? And I've been trying to get some of that butter for for somebody's birthday. I thought that would be very good, but it created a wonderful picture. Check this out. Like it's breaking butter. Just breaking that butter instead of the window. Oh, breaking butter. I love it.
This is awesome.
Oh, I love it. All right. Anyway, back to our document. I just had to show you that.
No. Happy, and this is so funny because I remember way back when you guys were calling them the Butter Twins.
Yeah. And these people have been so, they talked about, like, again, the Puar team, for example. That's because they don't just talk about poop all the time. They have tried to trash multiple people. Coop is their worst target about that, though. They take shots and they've tried to attach that in the grossest way possible to him. So I'm like, wait a minute. You guys talk about this all the time. Maybe the P and PR stands for stands for poo. Poo-RT.
That's what it sounds like.
It does. The last email, by the way, you're endlessly ridiculous, baby, did not warrant sanctions any more than the plaintiff's counsel's email to me. Please stop being so ridiculous. Yeah, first of all, it was showing, it wasn't necessarily just the comment in this. It's showing a pattern with Bruce. That was the point in putting this stuff together. And it was to note that the judge, who apparently, didn't stand with this, by the way, but it was supposed to show that the judge said, hey, you're not supposed to do these things. You're supposed to act like a professional. And not only this guy didn't act like a professional, he didn't even show up. So, I guess it's to further demonstrate that point. Now, 6.
Yeah.
In order 162, so we're off to 162. Let's see what's said here. The court summarily denied both 96 and 117, which was based on 35 emails from plaintiff's counsel containing threats. Oh, wait, is that... Oh my God. Threats, insults, and false accusations without acknowledging any of the facts, all emails underlying them stating, quote, both motions show different sides of the same ugly coin of unprofessionalism by counsel that has plagued this court. The huge disparity between the two.
Wait, pause. That's not what he said. That's not what he said. And I've got it pulled up right here.
Let's see it.
It is clear that the attorney, because he left out this part, it is clear that the attorney in this case disregarded
Shocking. Wait, he left something out? What happened? Sorry.
There are prior order to behave in a professional manner, but the court does not believe the drastic remedy of dismissal of the entry of default judgment is warranted. That he recently imposed sanctions against plaintiff counsel for misconduct in this case, and the court will be separately addressing the issue of sanctions as to defendant's former counsel for misconduct in this case. He is talking about both people in this case, and he's framing this as, oh, it's just one person. It's just plaintiff's counsel. No, sir. It is both counsels that he is talking about. He doesn't want the bickering. He wants you to move on with the case. That's what the judge is saying.
It just amazes me. This judge let this sneaky piece of crap out. And then the sneaky piece of crap is still filing things in this case. It's just nuts, man. So he says the huge disparity between the two motions and the conduct of plaintiff's counsel. C17 shows the falsity. 17, let's see, 17. He wants to go all the way down here, though. And it's like, look at this. Look, he's wanting to he's wanting to have a hearing without having a hearing. That's the absurdity.
No, because this right here was the judge saying both counsels, and he's trying to put it off on just plaintiff's counsel, like the huge disparity between the two motions and the conduct of the plaintiff's counsel. Bull. No, this had to do with both the plaintiff and the defendant, and the judge wasn't having it.
You like this, by the way? Look at how he frames what happened. No, you're going to love this one. Now, no, we're not even going to think about the order in this. I just want you to catch a certain word in here, okay? Order 98, to show cause to not have my pro hoc vice status revoked due to the emails in 96 was moot. Now, why was it moot? Due to my withdrawal. My withdrawal. Withdrawal, you say? I seem to remember it being framed as a firing. You know, he's been let go. That's not a withdrawal from there.
He's changing the framing of every single thing that he does.
That is such garbage. He tries to, again, and he will try to back this up later on, you know, as well. The reason I did it was because, again, this is what this judge has allowed to happen, by the way, because he didn't just hammer him and remove the pro hoc VJ status. He wasn't going to anyway. You can tell. You can tell from his other statements about, you know, he wanted the hearing to go forward, this or that. He tried to provide counsel on the court's dime. No, you can tell he wasn't going to do that. Again, Bruce, he would have gotten a $4,000 fine. I'm telling you, that's what was going to happen to him. But didn't happen. Well, and the court has already denied motion 96. Again, he's back to 162, which we've seen. So we've seen 98. We've addressed those two. Removing that as a basis for sanctions. It doesn't matter anyway. The basis for sanctions is you didn't show the fuck up. That's your problem. And you were already going to be sanctioned. You told the judge, screw you. You don't show up. That alone is a hell of a basis.
No, because what it says right here in 162, the court will separately addressing the issues of sanctions to the defendant's former counsel for misconduct in this case.
What freaking stupidity!
I'm looking at it right here. I've got it pulled up. 162. I mean, I can highlight the hell out of this so that way everybody can see it. I'm telling you that's what it says.
Oh yeah, let's pull that up.
And, let's see, where is it? Yeah. Highlight text. There we go. And the court will be separately addressing the issue of sanctions as to defendant's former counsel for misconduct in this case.
It just cracks me up though. See, again, any of this stuff. It's just like, no, that's not how it works. What a loser, man. Motion 78 and 82. Okay. 78 and 82. Another possibility is that order.
Another possibility.
Wait.
Word. This word is pissing me off, Todd.
Yeah, so 78 and 182. Those were the two items that they were going to have their little discussion about. All right. Now he's arguing again, this right here, all of this argument should have been presented at their hearing. He had, again, when the judge says, you come in, you tell me about this stuff, that's what the show cause hearing was for. So all of this, again, him trying to argue, he's been sitting around a year trying to come up with an excuse for his behavior.
Mm-hmm.
And that's bullshit. He wasn't put on the spot. He didn't have to show up with an angry judge, like breathing down his neck and basically attacking him. No. He got away with all of that. So which were identified in Order 118 as quote unquote frivolous and or presented for improper purposes. The court said nothing about 78 or 82, April the 3rd, since, yeah, because so I believed the sanctions for them had been dispensed with. He's saying, I was going to get away with it. Yeah, he assumed that, see, this is what killed me when you boil this down. Well, since the court, exactly, he sued Larry Foreman. See, this tells you exactly what this judge has allowed to transpire. He sued believing that he's going to get to walk. And that's what everybody else assumed too. It's been a year. Because this counsel here is no longer connected to this. So if he wanted to come in and drop those things, he could do that anytime he wants. Frozen or not, it has nothing to do with the plaintiff.
125 and 128.
Well, it has nothing to do with the defendants, period. They're not, you're moving forward without them in this. So if he wanted to come in and drop sanctions on it, even though all of this is paused, it's nothing that directly impacts the defendants' portion of this. So this is prior counsel.
Well, it's completely contradicted by what the docket says. Because he was supposed to appear.
Mm-hmm.
He was supposed to be there, and he did not show up. It has not been dispensed with.
I love this statement because it backs up Randy. With Randy saying that this judge, the perception of this judge is biased. Because, Bruce is like, hey, I thought I was going to get to walk.
Yeah.
That's exactly it. That's why his behavior. I believe something, there was an unintended consequence that came from that. I believe if Bruce would have been hammered by the judge and fed to, he may have not done his whole unlicensed practice of law fiasco.
That is a very big possibility because he would have had him on notice.
Yeah, he would have thought, I may not be able to get away with this stuff anymore. No.
Well, here's the thing. Bruce realized that he isn't going to make anything off of Jeremy. He wants a quick settlement. This is the way that he plays. He likes quick, easy money. He was hoping for a quick settlement. And whenever that didn't happen, he just worked his way around to try to force a settlement. And Jeremy kept saying, listen, I am not going to settle with these people, and just be warned, it's not going to happen. And so he has set his sights on another target. He's going after DUI guy because he's hoping that he can disrupt his business enough and his life enough that he can force him into a settlement.
He would have crazy, brother. By the way, appreciate all you people being here. If you enjoy the content, make sure that you tell these idiots that we are still watching. Make sure you share, tell everybody about this. I think it's a good discussion on what this thing is. It brings back all the documentation. You can make up your own mind there. And if you enjoy this show and want to support it, consider the breadsticks. Breadsticks. I haven't even looked. I forgot I was a pickle today. Damn it. I forgot what was on the screen. See, this is what with AKA the cat lady. Now, could this be unlicensed? Again, I'll hit all super chats, but here, I would put this in as an argument of unlicensed practice of law. I would turn this in. He hasn't been part of this case for a year. They have filed things repeatedly by Bruce, admittedly written by Bruce. John Cook has done this repeatedly in this case. He's put in, I mean, just go back and look at his other filings. I mean, it's nuts.
Yes, he is saying my attorney wrote this before he left. Except the only problem is whenever you look at the actual filing that's in there, bears no relevance to anything that has been filed since. Like,
well, I mean, it's not supposed to be anything filed, period.
well, that what I'm saying is whenever he's saying, "Oh, my former counsel wrote this," the only problem with the wording on it is it would have been something that happened prior to it. This is something that's happened after that. The timeline doesn't match up. So it's sort of like saying, my counsel wrote about me having a flat tire. Well, how did your counsel know you were going to have a flat tire? 6 months, 8 months, a year from now. That's the kind of crap that he's writing. Oh, he wrote this for me before he left. What is he? Is he telepathic now? Does he travel in time?
Well, some of it too, It was supposed to be his big shot where he was going to take out Jeremy because of, X, Y, and Z. That's where we got the whatnot emails, for example, by one of those. We found out that they had actually been interfering with contracts and all kinds of other bullshit. And yeah, it amazed me because it should have been proof for a lot of other stuff. But okay, so another possibility. Again, we went through, oh God, this stuff is so dumb.
Yes.
Is Order 182. It refers motion 78 and 82, which we talked about, which is identified in 118 as frivolous and are presented for improper purposes. The court said nothing about them again. So if you don't know what these are, like I said, these are the two things.
Wait a second. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I'm looking at 182 and it says nothing about that whatsoever.
Doesn't it say it in a footnote? Isn't that the footnote motion? Like down in the foot. Oh no, I'm sorry. 182 doesn't refer to those as far as I'm aware. You're right.
182 doesn't refer to any motion. 78.
Yeah, it doesn't say anything about anything. Yeah. In 118, it mentions them, but it says no. But this is the same kind of bullshit Bruce was pulling before when, remember when he was talking about how, like Randy essentially wouldn't meet with him, well, other than a 90-minute phone call. It's like, wait a minute. You said he's not meeting with me, Your Honor. Oh my God. The judge is like, oh, you better not do that. And then he's like, we had a 90-minute. Well, other than the 90, the judge never did anything about that either, by the way.
No, none of this. Like what he's saying there is complete fabrication.
Yep.
Because it's not referring to 118. It's not referring to 78. It's not referring to 82.
It refers to nothing. 182 refers to nothing. It doesn't say anything. The court said nothing about those on April 3rd again, so he thought it was all dispensed with. Motion 78 was filed in good faith because the defendants believe the court's order number 55 reflected a misunderstanding. Oh my God, he's bringing up Gainesville to Gainesville.
No, the court was very clear. This already is in
We're in Gainesville, sucker. And he just kept arguing it, remember?
Yes, over and over and over.
God. That 54 sought to transfer to Gainesville Division, whereas 54 and 78 sought to ensure live proceedings would be held in Gainesville Courthouse, where it was filed, so counsel could be found there. What? And he's still arguing Gainesville to Gainesville. That's the amazing thing.
More of his polyflop.
No, I'm amazed. Like, again, he still will not take that Gainesville. This, oh my God, Megan will have fun with that, because that, if you don't know what that is, that's the motion for reconsideration, where he winds through the whole thing, and part of it is like, that's the one where he brings up the song. He's like, Megan Fox made a song about this.
Okay, who in the hell is Megan Fox in this case?
I just love it. That's one of my favorite filings. So we have a reason to read 78 again with Megan Fox.
Oh my God, yes.
See, here's the in 78, like again, this is one of my favorite filings I've ever freaking seen. It's so dumb. Here it is.
Beautiful.
This is the part. The defendant supported their motion with legal authority on every pertinent factor, but the court order did not discuss the authority cited there. Also, court's mistaken description and terse summary denial of the defendant's motion became an immediate cause celebre on YouTube amongst the plaintiff's supporters and surrogates. And a blues song was written, Gangtown of Gainesville, mocking the undersigned based on the order. Oh no, Megan Fox laughed at me.
Well, and I think maybe Randy needs to start pointing this out to the judge. Since when does YouTube run this court?
Oh shit!
Because we here comment on the stupidity and the ridiculous.
We comment on whatever we want. I'm not under his freaking thumb. I didn't say anything I fucking well pleased about this case. This court.
That's what I'm saying is if Randy can point out that he keeps wanting to talk about YouTube as far as things that are being discussed, what relevance does that have with this court? Because this entire case is about defamation on Jeremy. And this is what they keep forgetting. She wrote signs calling Jeremy some of the most horrendous things. Those signs were posted publicly. What does that have to do with anything beyond that? Like, stick within the bounds of what actually happened in this case. This is why they're losing so poorly, because they are so butthurt. They really want to destroy Jeremy any possible way that they can. And anybody that looks at it, supports it, or reports on it, unless they're telling the story that Jeremy Hales is this horrible, horrible person, then they are going to attack you. They are going to send police to your house. They are going to do anything they possibly can do. They are going to badmouth you. They're going to contact your spouse. They're going to post pictures of your spouse. They're going to email your spouse. They're going to do all these horrible things unless you agree with them. And they're going to attack Shara Wolf because she doesn't want to have to deal with these people. She's like, they are out here threatening Shara Wolf. Mm-hmm. Can you imagine that? Somebody that has information, they are so scared of the information that she has on them and showing it that they will threaten her.
She's a witness. And this guy, this disgusts me about this court, honestly. This court will not protect federal witnesses. They will do nothing. They won't tell these people to stop their behavior. Nothing. I've never seen people allowed to continue to that degree, where a federal witness is like, look, these people are threatening to do all this horrible stuff to me, and that nothing's going to happen. Absolutely nothing. In fact, they are, like you said, they're continuing to target them. They're continuing to target and trying to deplatform them now too, which they deny, by the way. So Megan Fox reported that Shara had been told that her channel would be deleted within a week because of YouTube policy and guidelines. And the fats are like, I never did this. That's not me. And I'm like, that's bullshit. We know that they recorded them. Yeah, we know it. They bragged about it.
They've been saying this forever. Mm-hmm. They have called for demonetization of your channel. They have called for people to go on and strike your channel. They've gone on to strike anybody, such as Coop, such as Jay Hip, such as Shara. Every single person that talks about this story that they don't agree with any which way, they have called for an outright attack on all of those channels, and we have recordings of it.
Oh yeah, yeah. There's no denial of it whatsoever. They can't pretend there. All right, let's see. The motion 82 was filed because the court had stated in Order 66. But this is about discovery, by the way. Now, how did we get to that, Bruce? We got to that because you put in boilerplate objections, which were absolute trash. If you wanted the court to listen to your stupid arguments and to take your side, the court made it clear, hey, when you filed this, your objection to this are so broad that they amount to no objection at all. That's how courts see boilerplate, you know? So he's whining about this. The court, he's noted, and again, this is the same whiny bullshit that's already been decided on before. And the funny thing about this is he's going, this is the stuff he threw fits about it in chats forever. And we're back to it. This tells you, this is why Bruce sues people, in my opinion, like Larry Foreman, because he can't let anything go ever. He has to be right. He has to be. His ego cannot take it if he is not the one that is correct there. It amazes me. So he's calling out the judge yet again with it. I relied on that order by maintaining objections to 3 abusive and burdensome discovery requests, i.e. 5 years of phone records.
The judge already ruled on this.
Yep.
The judge already ruled on this, and he said you need to do discovery. And there was not just one, but there was multiple requests for discovery. And that discovery was coming in, was being requested at the time that you decided to bail out of this case. That is whenever that discovery came in. 2 separate discovery requests from the court saying, listen, they still have not turned over discovery. So whenever he's talking about the order in number 66 has nothing to do with what happened later on, because the judge said, no, you need to be providing discovery, and it's ordered that you do this.
He told him with the hearing, no hearing, no hearing. So he's still trying to argue. Well, I filed this because I had an expectation on a hearing and sought that hearing via 82. Well, again, if you wanted to argue that, you should have before. But here is not appearing. Okay. Another possibility for the misconduct referenced in 182 is my not traveling and appearing April 3rd, 2025 show cause hearing. However, the reason for that hearing was to show cause for not revoking my pro hoc vice status 98, which was moot when I withdrew as counsel. You didn't withdraw, Bruce. You were fired. Sorry, brother. Sorry. They said that they were the ones that were kicking you to the curb. That is firing, is it not?
Yes, according to that filing, that he was being fired from this case.
That's why the judge gave it to him, because otherwise, him trying to step aside, and I think Bruce understood this, the court was not going to let him step aside.
Randy, call him out on this. Randy, I'm serious, man. Randy, call him out on this crap. Every single time that he's misconstruing what he actually filed, his own damn words, that they were firing him. Randy needs to call it out every damn time. Every damn time. Every time that he's come up with one of these excuses, oh well, this happened. I mean, Randy just needs to just man up on this shit and just be like, listen, Your Honor, as you'll remember,
that's what the judge,
though,
the conundrum he runs into here is that's why they had that hearing, because Randy responded to something, though, and the judge was like, you didn't trust me not to get it right.
You're right. I don't trust you to get it right yet again.
Because he hasn't. I mean, we're still in this mess here.
And I will continue to file the shit because you continue to get it wrong. And if you don't like it, then you need to bring it up with Judge Hinkle.
This is just crazy here, period. Which was moot to 128 concerning my non-appearance. No, the judge said be there. That's all that matters. You were having a hearing, and it wasn't just about your pro hoc vice status. It was also about sanctions and other things, which, again, You didn't show up for any of it, so it doesn't matter. Order 43. RE alleged deposition misconduct. Again, he's bringing this back to that, which it doesn't note. So it does none of it. This is a moot argument period anyway. Order 43. Again, you know, this though, when you think about him saying he was afraid to go to jail, he was afraid all that was going to happen. That had to do with this. So that's why when he's bringing this stuff up, that's why I believe he's throwing it in there. He's trying to deflect away. And
it absolutely is. He's trying to change history.
Yeah.
That's
Bruce in a nutshell, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's what he always does. He tries to change history. And he's again, if somebody would step on this and not allow it anymore, then we might actually see some kind of change in behavior. So, Order 43 referred to in Order 162, stating I had, quote, disregarded the court's prior order to behave in a professional manner, was issued in response to my filing of the transcript. Oh my God, Shizzy. Of December 2nd, 2024 remote depot of the plaintiff. You want to read this part?
Which one?
The behavior.
The behavior of counsel for both parties, as well as that of plaintiff, was improper, because the improper behavior permeated the deposition and eventually led to its termination. I'm a little potted plant, short and stout. The court believes that a partial redeposition of plaintiff is necessary, and will leave out the important stuff because the partial redeposition will be personally supervised by the court. Mr. Potted Plant, me, myself, and I will occur at the U.S. District Court in Pensacola, Florida.
Yeah, that didn't really help a lot, did it, by the way?
No, because all that happened is they did a redeposition of it. Everybody behaved as they were supposed to do. Anytime they stepped outside of doing something improper, the judge called them out on it, and that was it.
It's all so ridiculous though, because again, the retelling of this, he wasn't in trouble for any of that stuff. Like, that's the kicker. He wasn't in trouble for any of this. So for him to pretend that that's the reason, it's gross.
Well, and this part actually hurts him really bad. He doesn't realize it. It undercuts his later attempts to pin all of the wrongdoing on Randy. Because that's what he tries doing later on.
Well, yeah, of course, you know, blame Randy, blame Jeremy, right? Isn't that the entirety of this? I think if anybody referred to what they've been arguing and their methods, I think you could see that these people are definitely harassers. I don't know. So, plaintiff's counsel did not accuse me of improper behavior. Only the court did. Oh, well, I think that's a problem for you. All right. I think that's a problem. There was no consideration in 43 as to whether the plaintiff's depot was desired by the defendants at that point, and no option given to not take the plaintiff's deposition. What? What is that?
No, if you look at
what does that even mean though? Okay, look, they had depot. And he's whining and saying, they were out of control, Your Honor. They're horrible. And Randy's like, dude, this guy's out of control here. So they're both through that. They're both.
No. Here, I've got the document pulled up right here.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying, look, period, though, with that whole incident, the reason we get the reason we redo this stuff is everybody's complaining, and the judge is like, okay, we'll have a redo.
No, I've got it right here. The order, this matter before the court on defendant's motion for order to comply with subpoena to provide deposition audio. That's what this is about. In that motion, defendants asked the court to require the court reporter who transcribed it. This is about the transcription. That's all this is about. That's what this document is. What pull back up what you had.
No, I'm not talking about 43. I'm saying the whole thing that he wants to mention, period. That whole event. He's taking the entire event and he's misconstruing everything that transpired in it.
Yes.
Because for him to play this, and there was no consideration as to whether the plaintiff's depo was decided. Okay,
no, that's not what this was about.
No, that's not even about
it. This was about them wanting they wanted audio on the transcript, and the judge said no. That's what this order was about. He is lying through his damn teeth.
The reason he's bringing it up, though, is because this was one of the reasons that you ended up having any type of hearing, period. Or rather a show cause, because the statement in here, which he's bringing up, Order 43 further stated, without distinguishing who supposedly did what, name-calling, personal attacks, and obstructionist behavior have no place in deposition or any other proceeding in this case. Okay, experienced lawyers. Now, again, he's going to say, "Oh well," it's saying both of you, none of you do anything.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. None of 43 has to do with anything that he is putting in there.
So if he's quoting though, does this quote come from 43?
What is it?
Name calling, personal attacks.
The way down in the list, but that has nothing to do with what they're talking about.
The point is, though, the reason this has value, period, is because this is what 96 is based on, which is the reason he's going to have a problem, period.
Yeah.
That's why he wants to retell this whole thing, though, because this statement right here is what is utilized by Randy to say, wait, this judge said you can't be name calling. You can't do personal attacks. But even beyond that, you know who else says that? The fucking bar says that.
Yeah.
So
it has 3 points here. And if you want to pull it up, I got it right here. It's a 6-page document. It's pretty straightforward. And it just basically tells you the redeposition was going to happen. As far as, privilege, questions about plaintiff's business affiliation, contracts, and name of businesses are not inquiries into a privileged matter. It gives that information. Second, defendant's counsel needs to focus on answering questions about the claims raised in this litigation instead of attempting to instigate conflict by asking about unrelated matters involving plaintiff and defendants. Way too much time of plaintiff's deposition was devoted to irrelevant information about people and events that have nothing to do with the claims in this case. Third, a deposition is a formal part of federal court proceeding that is to be conducted professionally and civilly. He's leaving out points 1 and 2 and just focusing on 3.
Because he's trying to boil this whole thing down to essentially a matter of how many sentences was this anyway? He's trying to boil the whole thing down into what? The 8 sentences, if we take it from the top, 12 sentences at most.
Yeah.
He's trying to pretend that whole thing was about something. Again, what he wants to do, and this is the point, is relitigate. He wants to relitigate a case. He is playing lawyer in this. He's pretending that this is an affidavit. But honestly, this is Bruce trying to defend himself when he should have been in talking about this in the show cause hearing. That was the whole point.
This right here is the most important part. Defendant's counsel needs to focus on asking questions about claims raised in this litigation instead of attempting to instigate conflict by asking unrelated matters involving plaintiff and defendants. Number 2 states exactly what was happening. And the reason why Jeremy was getting so frustrated, you can tell through that deposition, and I know that you and Megan have started reading back on that deposition. The reason why that deposition is so important is because you see a total different tone and attitude of Jeremy, because he is absolutely pissed off because he keeps on bringing up this shit that has nothing to do with the case at hand. He keeps wanting to talk about, you're doing this for clicks and views. That's his whole spiel. Instead of focusing on the reason why that I am suing your clients is because they defamed me. They posted very vile signs that were seen by people. And just the fact of them being seen by people means that they have defamed. And that's what it boils down to. They have gone and intentionally tried to destroy a man's business and life, personal relationships. Every single contract that he has, they have tried to destroy
even beyond
him.
that, anybody that will remotely deal with Hale's period. Like, again, they tried, you got to remember that they tried to run people like myself and Megan Fox off of not just covering, but talking about anything other, like the ecosystem. They brought in some of the worst people, period. They call so-called journalists. And these so-called journalists, I mean, you think about what their point is in all of these proceedings. Their point was to set fire to the reputations of everybody in it and create chaos, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, Mr. Eggplant, that's why, honestly, that's why spitting back in their face and making fun of everything they do and say, it is so important, because you have to meet people. If you want to play on the high ground, this is something people don't understand. I learned this a long time ago. You want to take the high ground, cool. But you know what, the high ground, you know what happens? You end up buried on it. That's what happens to you. They will bury you on the high ground. So if you think, over time that you can't, you're gonna respond. Well, that's what Jeremy Hales thought, right? He thought the courts, they would actually help him and stop these people. Well, by the end of it, maybe they will give him a decision too. Maybe Fed 1 will come in and back it up. But the problem with all of that is, by the time they get around to doing anything, he won't have anything left. So that's a real problem. And that's what these people, they do. That's what they want, That's what scumbags do. I hate these kind of people, man.
Yes.
I do. I see people that, you think, and I understand that, that you can't, you have to just let the system do it. Well, how long have we been seeing this? There is no system that's helping out anything. So
no, we're going on what, 2 years now?
Yeah.
And even longer than that, if you want to take it back to Judge Grudge. I mean, but I'm saying with this particular case, it is working on 2 years right now.
It's just amazing when you see somebody's life set on fire like this, And
I went back and watched your stream with Jeremy on last night. Oh my gosh, they looked so relieved just to have that particular amount of time to hang out and just cut up and have fun, because YouTube and their whole brand is about having fun, about not stressing the small stuff, and it was so enjoyable to watch them just relax and breathe and cut up and have fun.
Even more than that. So the antis will bring up other channels that are the same type of channels. They'll be like, look at these people, they're doing so great compared. Yeah, that brings up the point. They're burning a person's business down, and they have affected it. They absolutely have. Yes. And seeing them respond, like you said, them having and taking control of this. Again, if courts are saying these people can do whatever, all right, well, it goes both ways. Again, that's why, if the worst thing you can ever say about me online is that I'm an asshole and then I would fight fire with fire, awesome, because that's what I do. I definitely do it. Actually, I fight fire with gasoline. I throw it on them and let them set themselves on fire.
Yeah, you want to light the flamethrower? I will tell you what. I will add to that flamethrower
What?
until it's overloaded.
It's sad because Hale's and his business was framed on giving things away and doing all this other good work, and they have made them paranoid about the public, understandably so. They've made them afraid. If you go out and you try to help somebody, what is going to happen to you? You know?
Was it enough? You know, where they'll bleed you dry because you're sitting there going, you know, and I've seen Jeremy. I mean, God, oh my gosh. I mean, I think about Christmas in the Creek, where they were just they went out and bought an entire building out of almost all of their inventory to give away as gifts. They were so giving and caring. And what happened at the last Christmas in the Creek? It was just like, yeah, we'll supply some chairs because these people are just being mean. I mean, no matter if you're sitting there giving them an inch, they're gonna say, why didn't you give us more?
They've taken away from kids and they've tried to. They're also trying to hijack business model. You know, they're trying to make it where they can take pieces of what they've seen Hales do. And they've tried to eliminate him. I very well believe they've tried to eliminate him, not just because of hate and bias, but they also try to eliminate a major piece of competition, you know, and they're trying to use his name as a springboard while they destroy it to elevate themselves, which is just insane to watch. I've seen some crazy stuff, you know. I've been on the air for almost a decade now.
Yeah.
And you know, I respond. First of all, people also need to understand when you deal with people like this, you are not obligated to nicety with people. You know, you don't have to be nice. You don't have to like people. And these people, you know, I respect people out there that deserve respect. These people do not. And, you know, again, you meet them. You also call out the scamming. Part of the scamming, something I think people don't understand too, is when you show who these people are versus that AI creation, that face. You know why they use that? Because when you look at those people, you think, my God, I can't trust that person. They look like somebody who might rob me or, you know, treat me like absolute trash. And yeah, that's true. I mean, you know, they are exactly what I would think they are too. You know, I think that's been proven in court. So.
Well, and I think they also realize this. I mean, think about this. Did you trust Aunt Jemima? I mean, you would see Aunt Jemima on those boxes, and you were just like, man, I know this is going to be good. This is like good Southern cooking. Although it was just box stuff, but it gave you that trust. And that is what they're trying to do. If they posted what they actually look like, that they are untrustworthy looking people.
Yeah, they look
they have shifty eyes. They have like a toothless grin, and you're just sitting there going, this looks like the meth head down the street from me, and I don't think that I trust that person. That's why they don't show what they actually look like. Why they will modify all of their pictures to what they look like.
Yeah, it's not, you know, it's also not them trying to hide for a privacy item. You know, it's they were more than happy to show who and what they were until, again, you know, people started questioning certain things like, I don't know, police records. But anyway, we're way off topic.
Yeah, sorry.
No, I'm good. I actually thought it was a good discussion portion. So December 2nd, 2024, deposition transcript 117.1 shows that only the plaintiff, see, again, he's back to, the plaintiff. This is the kind of stuff, by the way, that was utilized to color this case. I actually believe, in looking back, Randy, you know, one of the things I like about Randy, but also I think when you run into someone like these people, Randy wants to see the best, and he actually believes in the system.
Yes.
He does. He believes fully in the system. Like it's going to do, the right thing will happen. The right thing, the courts will do the right thing. Unfortunately, though, I've seen way too many examples of where they don't. So, I've been in court before, like I said, for my own personal stuff, not like this.
Well, and it's interesting that he talks about 117.1 because 117 is a filing by him.
Yeah.
And where he put in a motion to dismiss, and basically because he wants to say that the plaintiff spent most of 5 hours going on lengthy, responsive, shouting tirades, insulting Deuce's appearance, threatening the undersigned, and other disruptive conduct. And Mr. Shockett never attempted to restrain the slightest verbal admonishment. So he's butthurt about it.
There's a little fit about that. It was so funny. Mr. Shockett, he should have stomped him. Oh my God.
He's only pulling up a portion of the transcript. He's not pulling up the entire transcript in 117 where it shows that he was being just as bad. And that's what the judge ruled on. The judge said, listen, the plaintiff, the defendant's attorney was asking questions that had nothing to do with these signs. That's what this case is about. And you keep misdirecting off of the case because you're wanting to talk about things that are not even relevant to this case. That's why the judge was just like, listen, we are going to have the deposition here because you are not going to stray off of what this case is about. And that's why he didn't want to show up, because the judge was, and that's why we believe that Judge Bolitho was going to be completely unbiased on this stuff, because he was sitting there going, listen, you're going to have this deposition. You're going to do it here and you're going to stay on track.
Right.
We're not going to let you get off track on this. And that was just false from what I can tell.
Over time, huh?
I'm sitting there going, because the judge, I'm looking at the judge like, man, this guy is like spot on. Like, yes, let's keep on track. That is what this deposition is about. This is what this whole case is about. It is about the way that they behaved. This was defamation per se. And that's where the judge was saying, this is what you need. You've got guidelines of where you need to be asking questions. You don't need to be asking questions about his whatnot. You don't need to be asking questions about any of this other stuff because it is irrelevant. Did they or did they not write these signs?
Right.
Did they or did they not defame the plaintiff in this? It's
amazing how far some of this behavior has been allowed to go. For real. And for him, like you said, it's like only the plaintiff failed to control his client. Refusing my request on 4 occasions. First of all, a guy that wants to destroy your life, this is going to be adversarial anyway. I have never been put in a position where the lawyer across from me is somebody that is engaging in directly trying to ruin my life,
Publicly stating that they're trying to ruin his life. I have to step away for just a second. I'll be right back.
All right. That's good. Yeah. Actually, folks, you want to see something funny? Like when I do somebody was like, well, I love having a guest on because as part of what I do in the background. Check this out. I'll show you this before Chizzy comes back. I'm making video. I'm making a new music video. Let me make sure it's showing this. So this is the video. You can see all the drop cuts and stuff. I don't like the mouth movement, but you can see like the concert, through it. I like that. I like the fact that we can talk about something, we can read documents, and we can make video. But with this document here, again, the whole point with Bruce is he made the point. He thought he was out of hot water. He really did think that this judge was just going to, again, you talk about the perception of bias was so bad that even he assumed that the judge had let him go. Like, to me, that's absolutely mental when you look at it and you listen to what's going on. Because if this judge here, if there was the perception that he is actually being unbiased, then Bruce would think that he's going to come after him. You know, I mean, that would make sense, right? But Bruce is saying, no, I thought, Judge, I thought you totally forgot me. I thought you were going to let me go, you know, because I stepped away, which has nothing, again, to do with what transpired beforehand. They had a hearing. And again, this guy walked. He was allowed to walk. He should never even been allowed to walk from the case. Honestly, he should have never been allowed.
Well, you're talking about this. I'm just like, this guy is so full of garbage, because whenever he's sitting there going, the invocation of federal jurisdiction, subordination, perjury, and other misconduct have not been meaningfully addressed, he's basically telling the judge, oh, you're not doing what you're supposed to do, Judge.
Well, it's another shot at the judge. And it's amazing because the judge, he just lets him clown him over and over again.
Yeah.
Like, this should have also been a message, I think, to Randy, with the person that you're dealing with, you know, because Bruce, he not only puts this in, but the judge has allowed it. You know, he's allowed it repeatedly. He has taken multiple filings and he has stuck a middle finger up to this judge and told this judge, anytime this judge has made a decision, he didn't disagree with it. He will file item after item after item. A lot of it, it's a more tamed version of what Paint Chips does, in my opinion. You know?
Well, and he's sitting there trying to say that that Randy has used social media. Randy hasn't done anything. I have yet to see Randy go on any single, you know, podcast or YouTube, you know, channel and address any of this. I mean, I've never reached out to Randy in that capacity and said, hey, Randy, you want to come on and talk about this? That's the kind of crap that I see Paint Chips and Volment do. I've never done that because Randy is always, you know, everything that I've read that Randy and Doreen has done has been upfront, professional. We're handling this situation X, Y, and Z.
Oh yeah, they don't
this
talk
is how
about
we
this
do it.
publicly or anything. You know, they've made sure, like, they handle it like, I'm not saying that you can't go out and talk about something, but there's a line. And most lawyers, it's kind of like this, okay? Sean Martin, for example, throwing Sean Martin in here. Sean Martin showed you what you should do as counsel. He shut his mouth and he did his job to the best of his ability. Yep. You know, he didn't talk about this stuff. He didn't go after a person. He didn't, because with this, a typical lawyer, they draw a line, because it's not just, I understand wanting to go out and to defend your client and defend them zealously. I get that. But there's a certain point where you aren't doing that anymore. You're damaging your client and you're damaging yourself. And God, Bruce he has done that to a level. I think that's one of the reasons why judges, they try to reel this behavior back into.
And
after a certain point,
you know, I don't watch a whole lot of Sean Martin. I know exactly who he is. I think I've been on streams with him before.
Sure. Yeah.
As far as I know, Sean Martin, whenever he was handling this case, he never talked about this case. He would talk about anything but this case. I don't know where he stands now. I don't know what he's
and that should be the way it is, you know. Honestly,
Exactly.
You shouldn't know where he stands with this, you know, because again, he's servicing his clients in it with that. I mean, he's kept it to a certain degree. You can disagree. Again, I disagree with the addition. I don't think you should have gotten in. I think he was misdirected, you know, on what happened. But at the end of the day, as far as a lawyer, we are people, like, we get online and we argue about all kinds of shit. That's okay.
Oh God, yes.
And everybody, again, they are allowed to have counsel, whether you like counsel, whether you feel that this person, they're garbage or whatever, they still are allowed to have counsel. So, I can't dispute that somebody gets in. Now, again, I think when I listen to how they get counsel involved, I think there was a lot of lies and a lot of bullshit. I think a lot of people have been walked into this case that had no idea, what they were stepping into. I kind of feel bad for people sometimes, to be honest, when it comes up. I felt bad for the guy in Ohio, for example, who had he just sounds like he had no idea, what the freaking heck's going to happen. And of course,
the way that I gather from what I've seen, because I don't have access to the Ohio documents, so from what I have seen, is Sean behaved professionally, and that is what you expect from an attorney to do, is to show up, represent their client to the best of their ability. Now, if your client is lying to you, which we saw in Laura Owens, where you've got a client obviously lying to her, third attorney, and that guy, filed with court, said she's lying, and I can't stand by with what she's doing, because I found that this is not true. This is how good attorneys behave. They go, I'm going to represent you to the strongest thing, but if you start lying to me, I'm cutting you off.
Well, you're talking about, like, the Laura Owen thing is totally different from these other people. It is crazy, though, with some of the behavior I've seen. I think some of it's very much comparable. Anyway, let's hit this page.
Yes,
we got 2 pages left. So plaintiff's counsel's false invocation of federal jurisdiction, subordination of perjury, and other misconduct have not been meaningfully addressed. So again, he's turned this from I'll handle this guy to he's sitting in here. He's not talking about what happened or what didn't. He's playing lawyer. This right here, again, it showcases unlicensed practice of law, in my opinion.
All this is he's just saying that he's made this accusation before. It has nothing to do with, because this is not an established fact. What he's saying right there in A is not an established fact whatsoever. That is him inserting what he wants it to be. I mean, that is just him making up shit right there.
It's so funny to see him in here. Oh, the mendacity. Okay, so the irony and mendacity of, he's saying, basically their tendency to lie or to be dishonest, right? Of plaintiff's counsel accusing the magistrate of bias against him. It's glaring. Look, this is insane for him to be putting in something like this. This is him talking about 182. Remember, by the way, jackass, you tried to have him removed too.
Yep.
Did you forget that, Bruce? Huh. Because I seem to remember him trying to have him removed too. So now suddenly it's all good to go. Strange how that works, isn't it? Strange how it is. But glaring, considering that plaintiff's counsel has not been sanctioned or even required to respond for any of the following. So he throws out all this random shit. Look at this. Plaintiff's counsel compiled non-actionable social media comments and falsely labeled them as extortion to influence jurisdiction. So again, he's playing the, he lied. Again, he's trying to influence. This right here, this is him. He is playing lawyer with this statement by itself. You cannot argue this in any way. This has gone away from the argument that he's supposed to be making. And again, he's playing, this is right here, unlicensed practice of law.
Yep.
Straight up.
Yes.
I don't know how you argue it any other way. Plaintiff's counsel suborned perjury to influence the court's exercise of jurisdiction. Again, same
That's
thing.
not established by the court whatsoever.
No, he's been playing this game. He's trying to, he's been trying to get this through there this whole time. Again, considering Bruce is already in trouble, like I said, if they don't do anything to him, Randy should definitely file something, in my opinion. Again, I'm not a lawyer, but the way I look at it, he should definitely file something and be like, look, this right here, you should be doing something about this. This is not only unwarranted. You've already talked about not filing, but this guy, he's already in trouble for unlicensed practice of law. You need to do something about this.
And see, he's claiming misconduct. There's no misconduct. That all that is about case weakness. So whenever he's trying to say there's misconduct, he's wrong.
Well, are you shocked?
It's irrelevant to the sanctions. It's completely irrelevant to any of the sanctions. I mean, I'm sitting here looking at this. I'm like, so plaintiff's counsel filed the lawsuit despite no expert to prove lost business, because you haven't even got to discovery yet, because your clients, you in particular, have told them not to turn over the information. And he's trying to put it down as, there's just, they could have seen two sticks in the grass. No, this hasn't even been proven yet.
Yeah, we haven't even gotten to this portion. That's what kills me. We've been frozen in place. So he's, again, though, regardless, this is him playing lawyer. This is yet another. Yeah, he says plaintiff's counsel filed a lawsuit despite no expert to prove lost business for the claimed tortious interference, no expert to establish the auto traffic that could be assigned. Again, you bring in the expert after the fact. Two experts that the plaintiff testified on December 19th, 2024, his case depended on.
Oh, so yeah, he's going to throw out the date out there, but you have to understand that this case has been stayed for quite some damn time. And he said all of that will be brought in whenever we get finished discovery.
The problem, I believe, is that the judge, the magistrate here, let this piece of shit bias him in this case to pretend that, it's the little guys versus these guys. Oh yeah, they were little enough. They raised 6 figures and they brought in they brought in felons. Yeah. Come on, man. Wake the fuck up. It's crazy. Like I said, after that, if people saw some of, for every email you've seen too, you got to realize that there are dozens and dozens and dozens. And when they talk about the threats you get and shit, imagine they brought in a person who claimed that Hale's SA'd them.
Yes.
The attempt at burning a person's life down, you can't get any worse than that.
Well, and I'm sitting there going, this is the same crap that Paint Chip did in Fed 2, where he filed a whole bunch of, he was just like, Judge, you need to recognize these emails. Oh, you didn't see the other emails yet, Judge. Like, how about we take a look at all of those other emails that were sent out? How about we show the revenge porn that he was sending out to Megan Fox? How about we pull up the little emails that he was sending out about, his Substack bullshit? I mean, we could, yeah, you really want to go there, Paint Chip. You really want to go there with your bullshit, because, I've got the emails, I've got the live streams where you were talking about coming to Georgia to assault me. Yeah, we've got all of that stuff.
I like how you tried to pretend that stuff wasn't real.
Yeah. Want to play that game? We got it all. And they sit there and want to play this game with the court where they only show you half of what's going on. And then on the same coin of that, if you respond to it and say, Your Honor, they're only showing portion of it, then it makes you look like an ass. Just like, what is up with this judicial
Nothing
system?
is done. It's so frustrating. Plaintiff's counsel refused 4 separate requests to control his client, leading to the termination. Again, this has already been established. All of that's happened. Plaintiff's counsel abused this litigation to harass a non-party, Amanda Martin, with a depot. We haven't even gotten to the point of depots, by the way. You know, we haven't even gotten to the point of talking about evidence or anything else. So for him to say this is bullshit, again, non-licensed practice of law. You see how crazy this is. That had nothing to do with any claims or issues in the case. Evidently, so the transcript could be read and discussed with plaintiff associates.
That's
YouTube channel.
That's not proven fact. That, I mean, what he is posting there is not proven fact.
You shouldn't even be making this argument. This judge should be dropping a fucking hammer on this guy.
Yes.
Oh,
it absolutely undercuts that he had nothing to do with any claims or issues. That is bull.
Exactly. He's walked himself. Oh Lord, dude. The plaintiff's counsel ignored the court's order to pay half the cost of the transcript of his client's December 19th, 2024 depot. This stuff has already been taken care of too, apparently. Yep. Like we read through right there, that was the police misunderstanding how the billing worked. And oh my God, extortionately threatening
No.
me.
No. I am a paralegal, and I have to deal with this kind of stuff on a regular basis. And the way that it works, I don't know how it works in Florida, but I'm pretty sure that works pretty standard across the board, is that whenever you have a deposition, if you want to have that deposition, you want to have a copy of it, before the case even starts, you tell them that you want a copy of the deposition, and they will split the cost down. Now, on the other hand, if you wait until after the deposition is done and say it, they'll say, yes, absolutely, you'll split the cost with it, and we need to have a check for it today. It happens that day that you write a check out for that deposition. If you do not do that, like, for example, if I wanted to get a copy of that deposition a week later, I will have to pay full amount for that deposition. There is no cost splitting, because they look at it as a non-party to the situation. And that's what he did. He was just like, well, no, because the court report is very clear whenever they're taking that deposition, who's paying for this, and they want to make sure they get paid. If they're splitting the cost, then one person writes the check, another person writes the other half of the check.
It's just so. But to say he's extortionately threatened me with seeking sanctions if I did not pay him for half the cost, again, what garbage.
No, because he had to be there to order those transcripts.
Doesn't even know all of this is fucking moot, because you're not on the case, you piece of shit. Yes. You're gone. You were fired. You putting this in and arguing it. They should be taking you out behind the woodshed and giving you in the court session. They should be giving you that thrashing with sanctions and potentially jailing this guy, because he will not stop. Plaintiff's counsel falsely accused me of fabricating quotes from legal authority, necessitating my response to ensure the court wasn't misled. And you remember that. Yeah. Best case scenario, Bruce, I'm going to say that your quotations were terribly arranged, where it very much didn't look like you quoting something. It looked like you creating quotations. That's exactly what it read like. So I don't know. If you're saying, well, this was the case or that was the case, well, that's not how it read, man. That's why you have a specific style that works. And plaintiff's counsel sent at least 35 emails connecting false accusations, threats of sanctions, tailed the magistrate, insults, and sarcasm.
Oh, that has nothing to do with it. What if there was 35 emails sent to you, and Randy explained this very well in one of his later filings. He said, Your Honor, I am having to tell this guy the way that the law works in Florida, because he does not understand it. And whenever he's going to file something without conferring, I'm having to call him out on it. Your Honor, will you take control of this this out of the control person, because I am having to school him on the law, and which I'm happy to do. So I make sure that he gets, good that the opposing counsel has good representation, so there's not an appeal whenever they obviously lose this case.
My problem, though, with the judge saying that he should be helping opposing counsel, first of all, that's not his job. Somebody pays him to do a specific job. His job is to defend his clients. His job is not to teach out-of-state lawyer how to do their job. To say that has anything to do with his job is just a ridiculous statement.
Well, I understand where Randy's coming from this, though, because he doesn't want to have some long drawn out appeal on something that could have been resolved much earlier. So, I mean, I understand where Randy's coming from. This is like you can't file it like that and know that that does not apply to this. And, if you file it correctly, so we can respond to it. But you also have to understand he's dealing with someone that's completely unhinged.
Yeah, there is no good faith. That's the problem. You can't address this person with good faith because this person doesn't believe in good faith.
They've never had good faith in it.
No, they act, in my opinion, they act very crazy when they do stuff. I mean, just absolutely unhinged behavior. Let's see. God, this is so nuts. And last page. Plaintiff filed motion 96 without local rule 7.1 compliance to inflame and mislead the court. First of all, the court already talked about this. And with this too, I thought this was already decided. 96. Didn't we already have that? Oh, yeah, but this guy didn't show up for the show cause hearing. But by A, failing to explain that the scumbag email was sent by me as a litigant in a different case, not as counsel. Again, if you wanted to make that argument, you could have made that argument in person. And B, falsely representing that the email with the weenus eggplant emoji was from me, that reads so terribly when it was from someone else. It should have been, he should have, God, that reads terribly.
Yeah, it does.
It does. I get what he's trying to say, but it reads like an admission almost.
Well, it is an admission.
Well, it's definitely a problem when we know, again, who this other person is. They, what was it they did? Let me think. Oh, yeah. They joined in the Fed case. They started papering it. They showed exactly who they are. And we're just pretending this is some random journalist that's got involved. I also, since the judge knows so much about other cases that had no bearing, like when he mentioned the Dan Owen case, maybe he should do a little research into the people he's been dealing with. I mean, since he likes to research things like out of school, But this gets really good here. I like it. Hey, give me 1 minute. I hear something. Just hold it down for 1 minute, if you would, please.
I got you, brother. Hey, good to see you, chat. We got Pressmaster. Emmy, how you doing? Robin, Todd, Elfie, little one, Rachel, Sarah. I apologize. I don't understand that one. This case was frustrating where you have an ass hat causing all of the poo. Yes, that is absolutely right. Rhea Norman, be aware of the mods. They are going to hurt you and put a slap down on you if you misbehave. So don't misbehave. That's pretty easy. In the clouds, lurker checking in. Well, we love having the lurkers here. Cucking Font. Oh, that is one of the most beautiful names. And I love it that you could get Traveling Fool so upset about not getting your name right. It is about free speech. Hey, how you doing, chat? Good to see you. You're wonderful. Pooh our team. Yes. And that needs to just be out there. Pooh our team is all kinds of special. I hope you guys are liking the blonde streak. I worked really hard on that. I even got the nice little up glow there.
I thought of something. If people want to see an example of a judge doing something correct, they should go over and check out Megalodon's Foe, Megan Fox's
Yes.
newest video. She talks about the what's her name, Fitzsimmons, the trial where essentially you have an insane case where a bunch of cops claim something that we don't have any body cam footage of. And the judge comes in, and this is a bench trial, by the way. So the judge decides everything. And the judge essentially says in that, well, if the police would have had their body cams, if we had all of that, this might be a different case. But you're just asking me to believe this, without any proof. Now, I like that. That's an example. Again, people should check that out anyway. But it's a great example.
And if you haven't checked out, Megalodonus, she has the best channel. I mean, because the stuff that she's covering, I'm like, my gosh. I mean, she has set the standard, and I think that's what ticks off the fleas so much is because the Butter Twins, they are so upset because she can turn on a dime and pull up any case and comment on it and actually have a good story.
She's also done very well in getting stories right. Even though you cannot, first of all, you can't say what a judge is or isn't going to do. Like, we have no idea how a case is going to turn out, but we can call out something and really talk about the pros, the cons to it, and what should happen. And when you see an example of a judge doing what they should do, that was perfect for it. So again, that video, it also deserves some more hits because unfortunately on some of these high profile cases now, YouTube, if you search for them, they're burying YouTubers. They've sold out totally to mainstream news.
They'll push out court TV and law and
Law and Crime bought their position in YouTube. They did. They started doing it with the Depp trial heavily. They paid $2 million to be the top hit on that.
And you know what I loved about it is that Nick Rekieta was pulling in more people on his streams than they were.
Oh yeah, with the Depp trial, man. Dude, I mean, I had days with 35,000 people on certain ones, but the problem was like Law and Crime, every clip or anything else, they were first there. So they craft a narrative, and that narrative is the thing we came to YouTube and we listened to other sources to get away from. We don't want to hear one narrative. We want to hear from people, and unfortunately, we're being inundated with stupid. But anyway, let's read these last two. This is pretty good. I like this. As a pro bono defense counsel. Well, that's interesting. Why is he in the bankruptcy? Could you explain that to me?
Well, now, if I'm not mistaken, when he said that he was going to be a creditor in the bankruptcy because she owed him money. Now, from what I remember, is pro bono.
Actually, I can pull that up. If we want to see that, I think that's actually something we should look at. I mean, you're talking about a guy who, again, pro bono. All right. Well, if he's pro bono, what exactly is this here? Attorney fees and costs. How do you have attorney fees for pro bono work?
I would beg to differ because from what I can remember, and I never went to law school, but what I can remember of watching, various different law, kind of TV shows, that pro bono, you were a well-established attorney and you would do this for the good. And also it give you a little bit of, CLE and those, goodwill towards your community where you feel that you are there, and this is not uncommon for really high-end attorneys to do some pro bono work because they want to give back to their community because their law firm is prospering so well that they can allow one of their top attorneys to come in and actually represent somebody.
What's funny though is you talk about his community, right? This isn't his community. You know what I mean? Like, he's not from these regions. So isn't that interesting? I mean, it even brings up the idea that maybe this guy is inserting himself because how is this his community? How does this have anything to do with him? If he was looking for a matter that truly needed, something, he could have found God knows what, near at home, right?
Well, let me guess. He was near home and he went out and he was trying to cover the Karen Reed story. And well, he got his ass handed to him because people just mocked him.
It's so funny.
I mean, you notice how quick that crap disappeared because he was just like, I'm going to do the man on the street. Why? Because he couldn't get into the hearing. But guess who was in that hearing? Guess who was very well informed on that hearing? One of the people that he hates absolutely more than he ever hated Jeff, and that would be DUI guy. DUI guy was able to acquire a spot to sit through that hearing so he could give his opinion on it. But guess who wasn't allowed in there? Little Deucey Deuce. He was trying to do a man on the street, and they absolutely just ignored him.
I just love this case, and it's so much stupid. I love it in the fact that this guy he contradicts himself so much. And again, if it were a contingency, I would get it. You got, that's what we had talked about. The reason that we would have hours spent doing this and doing that. Okay, well, if he was fired in a contingency base, if he was going to get that, what was it, 12% of the 40? Well, wasn't that?
No, I think it was like 20%.
Yeah. No, I think it was 28 and 12, wasn't it? It was Stark and that. So we don't know without this. We don't know what the setup is.
Well,
But
if he's in a bankruptcy case and he's trying to claim he's a creditor, he's going to have to show that. Now, am I incorrect in this? I mean, I'm pretty sure that if the trustee is going, wait a minute, so he's a creditor, then I need to see the documentation of whatever fee that he was going to be paid. And if that's the case, then he's not pro bono.
No.
That he's working on a contingency fee.
Yep.
And
That's
they fired
exactly
him
it.
because he wasn't performing, or he quit because he couldn't handle doing what he was supposed to do.
And if he's claiming that too, then again, that goes, remember we talked about this, about him potentially coming back and going after them, because if he's doing quote unquote free, well, not free work, but contingency based work, he has this idea that potentially, I got a payday at the end of this. And if they cut off his payday, then even if it was his idea, whoopsie, they might have a problem,
Well, he's done this before. That's the thing. That's what his case is with KO, because he was supposed to be doing X, Y. There were certain things expected of him in that case that he was supposed to be doing. And his claim is, well, I was in Armenia, so I couldn't actually be there to do what we were doing. So we were doing it remotely. And he didn't file things that were supposed to be filed. And he's blaming KO for not filing the things that he told him to file. And basically he ended up, losing out on a whole bunch of money is what he's trying to claim. And KO's just like you left me hanging with stuff that you were supposed to be handling. So I don't know how you got a claim against me, but as far as that claim goes, you're the one that's suing me over this, and I'm countersuing on behalf of.
In fact, you didn't do what you were supposed to.
Right.
That was the whole idea. It is crazy that he has. This is what he does. This is exactly what he does. But
it's his business model.
As pro bono defense counsel, every hour spent was lost from my income producing law practice. Whose decision was that?
No, if he's saying that he has a law producing, if he's saying he has an income producing law practice, then he needs to provide proof of that. And as far as I can tell, he doesn't have any incoming producing law practice. His income was hoping that he would get a quick settlement off of Jeremy, and Jeremy didn't play. And that's why he is so upset, because Jeremy didn't bow down to him and kiss his feet for being the brilliant attorney that he thinks he is. That's what it sounds like to me.
I just love the fact that he had this whole idea. Remember when he started this, he said the idea was to bring in all these other lawyers, and he was going to have like a group of people behind him, and do all this stuff. And
well,
now
he went out and got a PR team. So, I mean, what do you expect? A pooper team?
Yeah, the PUR team. the PUAs.
PUAs.
Yep, I love it. But this idea, like, the exploitation of which has been plaintiff's counsel's litigation strategy. What?
He's the one that's been exploited. He was the one that reached out to me that said, you need to be covering this case, and it'll get you, millions of, at least another 1,000 views of what you're getting if you just come over here and you tell things the way that I tell you to tell them. That is what he sold to these people. This is what he sold to Bone Crusher. This is what he sold to Paint Chips. This is what he sold to every single one of these people. Cover this story how I tell you to cover it. And if you do, you will have all kinds of followers, because I'm a YouTube genius. I have seen how this works. That was the impression that I got from the email that he sent to me. And him saying that he was trying to get the case dismissed, I call bullshit on that 100%. Yeah, sure, you were trying to get the case dismissed, but you were also trying to do it on somebody else's dime. Because whenever he's saying this, I wasn't trying to protract. No, that was exactly your goal, because you've stated publicly, and people have private messages of you saying that you need to go over there and you need to give some more information to the fleas, because they are running out of content. Yep. You need to help.
Actually, that's
them
what
out.
That's exactly what Tina noted. Oh my God, Lynette. Oh, they need it. They need it bad. And this was when, again, Lynette was supposed to be, putting them on blast. That's crazy business, But my work was aimed at getting the case dismissed, not to polyflop.
Mm-hmm.
I still had to work in the polyflop. The court's equivalence of me with plaintiff's counsel is difficult to rationalize in light of our obvious opposite goals and motives. It doesn't matter what your goal or motive. Your goal or motive, you've got your clients. He has his clients, and the goal is the same. It's actually to represent your clients in the best way that you can possibly do. That's the end goal.
This right here is not a fact whatsoever.
Right.
That's the thing. Him sitting there saying this tremendous disparity, it's not an established fact.
What a clown, man. What a freaking clown, man.
I mean,
I love it in its own way, because, every time I read something, I kind of miss Bruce's filings. I'll be honest. I do.
Oh, because they were so hilarious to watch him file something completely irrational.
They're
and
insane.
stupid.
They're absolutely
just like,
insane.
I mean, I thought I rode the short bus. I mean, seeing some of his filings, I was like, man, within like 10 seconds of, wait, let me see. I pull out my AI machine and I just pull up what he's saying and punch it in there. And it comes back and says, this makes no absolute sense whatsoever. Is this person an idiot that wrote this? And then they're thinking that I wrote it, and they're calling me an idiot, but that's okay. I appreciate ChatGPT for that.
Sometimes I've shown ChatGPT, some of their filings, and it's been like, what? This is the dumbest. I really appreciate it, like the Lisa filings. Oh my God.
God.
ChatGPT, the stuff it said about that was so funny.
Those would kill me. I would be sitting there going, it's also some of the stuff that they would post up. I was like, yeah, this has to do with criminal, not civil. Why are they saying this? Maybe they need to look at this statute right here because they are so wrong. Like, and that's just Googling what they put in because
Well,
it
they
gives you the
celebrate their
Florida.
wrongness. That's the funniest part. They celebrate the stupid.
Well, I do too. I mean, because it just gives me more reason to laugh at them.
It's funny. I've been making a video where we're, I'm working on a music, like just a concert, for a God, people have no idea how long some of those clips take to put together. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah. I'm clipping this one myself. So it's really fun. Look at this. This is crazy. I think it looks pretty good. And then we'll hit the rest of that. But look, I think this looks pretty good. I won't play the song or anything with the with all the clip. Look, like it looks pretty good. Look at that. Like it moves good. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You got
That's absolutely right.
You got the motion, but people have no idea like how much work you have to put into clip it. You can see all the clip ins, and there's slowdowns on it, all kinds of stuff.
Yep. And I do the same thing where whenever I'm creating videos, like I'll get like them clipped and put in there. Yeah. I still haven't figured out how to get my transitions right. Adobe doesn't like me.
You should try out. Well, again, it depends on what you like with something, but I like I learned on VideoPad. VideoPad is it's not like if you want to get really complex with what you do, but the tools that it adds for transitional work and stuff does really good.
Well, I mean, I know it'll do transitions. I just haven't figured out how to use it yet.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It does a lot to help with transitions, so you're not kind of abandoned on it. So he continues by saying, in the light of the tremendous disparity between actual misconduct plaintiff is engaged in, C-17, and the claims of misconduct that have been levied against me. Levied.
No.
Levied.
Levy County against.
Yeah, that's messed me up in my brain, man. I levied it up.
No, this is completely erroneous. This is completely erroneous because the claims of misconduct, those are actual misconduct that the court has recognized. The court has recognized it's not that they've been levied against you. The court has recognized your conduct for not showing up to a show cause hearing and you telling the court to go F themselves. Okay. That is not that they've been levied against you. That is proven fact.
I'm amazed that, again, this court has allowed us to get to this point. Like, that's the lesson I take from this. He also puts in, I am willing to appear remotely for a hearing to further address any. Why would you have a hearing?
No.
He's not you're off the case, man.
You're off the case. Here's the thing. They will have a hearing, and I doubt that it is going to be remotely. The judge, this judge, I think you've pissed off the judge enough, Deuce, especially with this filing right here, that the judge is going to actually ask you to show up in court. And if you don't show up in court, that he will have you promptly arrested and brought into court and hold you in contempt, and is what he should have done the first go around.
Yes.
He should have held you in contempt
and made to respond.
Yep. He should have held you in contempt. He should have held you for 30 days while you could think about your answer.
Think about your behavior, young man.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Because
for real.
How How would the judge react if it had been me doing that, for example? You know, if I'm in this lawsuit as, say, pro se litigant, and I just basically tell the judge, you know what, I'm not going to show up. What would the judge do if it was that case right there? Because I cover a lot of these soft sit stuffs and Judge Simpson and all this kind of stuff. And you will see that Judge Simpson is like, what? He's not going to show up in my court.
Most judges would eat you alive for doing that.
Yes.
I can't believe. I think it would be a good thing to review this judge here and to see how, you know, he says he's never had anything like it. Okay, but have we ever seen sanctions at all? I mean, what kind of behavior have we seen from them? Because he has allowed this person to go so far beyond the pale. And one of the reasons I honestly think he allowed it is because, again, he buys in to the idea, poor them, you know. They're all these buzzwords.
Yep. They're disparaged, they're poor, they don't have any money. What so basically you're saying that the law only applies to people that have money?
Yeah, if you have money,
you're
screwed, essentially. And that's kind of an amazing, well, again, we should be working our way toward a jury. That's who should be looking at this stuff.
I'm imagining maybe Jeremy just needs to go completely in the broke house, you know, start saying, I can't afford my attorney anymore. I'm gonna have to file all of these pro se because, you know, it's just cost me so much money that they totally broke me. I'm broken. I can't afford any more of this, and so I'm going to have to file the rest of this pro se. And Your Honor, everything from here on out will be filed pro se, and then just file a bunch of bullshit. And maybe the judge will just go, "Oh my gosh, they actually broke this man. He has no money left." But well, wow,
this judge, he's made it very clear. Like, you can do anything. You can do anything as long as it's to Jeremy Hale's. And Jeremy Hale's can't. His clientele, or his lawyer cannot say anything. I mean, he can't even defend him without having him drop. I would love to see the judge read back over his responses and to tell me that he has given equal weight to each of these parties. You know, I mean, really, I'm sure he would say that because, you know,
I guess we'll find out here in the next week or so whenever he sanctions John Cook.
Oh, yeah.
Because at this point,
he should, but
this filing right here should be followed by nothing less than sanctioning John Cook for this.
Yeah, he should be sanctioned. Now, will he? Well, we'll see. I have no faith whatsoever, you know. And
well, if he isn't sanctioned or this isn't completely erased from the docket, then you can already pretty much call the way that the judge is siding on this, that he is completely biased on this. And this right here, if he doesn't sanction him for this right here, any ruling that comes out against Jeremy will immediately be appealed, and they will win on appeal.
Yeah, well, it's amazing. Like with him being put on notice, if the bullshit continues, then I mean, there is nothing. But now again, if there is not a decision that comes in that does something about this behavior, there needs to be timeliness notices about that. So I do think that's one thing they made very clear. You know, hey, you got to do something about it. Again, John Cook has been given multiple times of just putting in whatever the fuck he wants. These people, you know, with another court would call this stuff out as unlicensed practice of law, in my opinion.
Yep.
But we'll.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You know, I mean, it should be. It absolutely should be. This is the most loony freaking, you know. signed under pains and penalties of perjury.
I mean, you know, I hear that part of his little what the hell's ecosystem has a lot of people that might like to inflict that pain on you. Is that what you're into, Bruce? Are you into a little bit of pain?
I like how his buddies dumped him, though. You know, Bruce, man, these people you build up, these people that you recruited to do all of this stuff, they turned on you, man. And it's kind of amazing to say. Like, when you think about it, it is kind of amazing to look at, you know, and to say, I wasn't surprised by it. I figured people would be turning, but I figured, honestly, like, Bruce, man, you going to take that from these people? I guess the answer is yes.
Yeah, absolutely. He's gonna. That's the trick to it, is because he will take the abuse from them, but the minute that I sit there and go, I am not covering this story how you want me to cover this story, he gets all up in arms and butthurt. And you know what? I actually have proof that he was still representing his clients in Florida. I bet the court would be really interested in seeing those emails, wouldn't it? Because you were still calling him your client whenever you were sending me those emails, weren't you?
Well, that's interesting. I thought he was not. I thought they were dumped and he had moved on. That's strange.
I'm wondering, maybe I should file those with the court and say, hey, you know, court, I beg to differ here, because in this email dated on, what was the date that I need to have on there? Because I'm pretty sure the date's pretty damn accurate when that email came in. And if I send that to court, I wonder how they would respond to that and say, I'm sorry, there's a misunderstanding here, because this person was threatening me with a lawsuit saying that I was covering their client, and whenever he wasn't their client anymore. That would be really interesting for the court to see, wouldn't it? God. Especially being that you attach that to an attorney that's not involved in this case.
This stuff is so crazy, man. You ever think, when you were looking at all of this, that it would turn into this insanity?
No, I figured this person would stop their misbehavior and say, I'm sorry, it was bad of me, and let me just get out of your life and move on with mine. I will do my thing, you do yours. I mean, that's how a rational person behaves.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, you know, you've been doing YouTube for what, 10 years now? Close to over a
right
decade.
on it.
You're close to a decade.
Yeah.
And you've run into people that are just like, I don't like doing X, Y, and Z with you. And you're just like, that's cool. We'll just move on. You do your thing. I'll do mine. And you don't say anything bad about them. You just move on with your life, and they move on with theirs.
That's typical. That's typical. You know, you don't usually have, I have seen lawsuits for all kinds of stuff, but the way that these people geared up and the things that they have done, I think a lot of people forget. You know, there's been so much of it too. I think people forget just how bad this has been, you know, sometimes. And you can't, you know, you can say that you could put yourself in this position, you know, and imagine it, but you can't, man. You can't, like it's hard to imagine. Like, the first time I ever had a mob of people try to do anything, it's hard to imagine being in that position. And this is well beyond that. I mean, you know, you have like a Hollywood or something that comes after you. They have a very public profile about what they do. This mess, it's behind the scenes. It's buried, you know, it's hidden.
Yeah, because whenever you have Hollywood coming after you, you have things like Elaine Brenhoff sitting there going, "Do you know the umbrella?
Exactly.
Umbrella Man?"
Exactly.
I mean, that right there is Hollywood coming after you.
Yep.
like somebody that's not involved in the case that is reporting on the case, you have somebody coming after you like that. This right here is the same way that Lips and Chips run their little guardianship scams. And that's all it is a scam, because you cannot look at the court documents on those because they're sealed documents.
Yeah.
They have to be sealed because you do want to protect the innocent in this. You know, people that, you know, are.
I get why that, you know, it just, there should be no way that people can misuse this stuff, you know what I mean, and hide behind it. Like I said, I get why courts do that, but at the same time, man, you talk about a racket that's rife. By the way, I noticed that all of that stuff that they had put out, everything they had done, just disappeared.
Oh, I noticed that too. It was almost like they weren't there. And I mean, didn't we?
You know what's funny about that? You know, they were rolling it toward monetization, right? When you delete the the videos or you private them out, it removes all of that. They don't count anymore. So they have effectively, even if they've set it behind the scenes to want to come back to it later, oopsie, you can't, you know.
Well, it was never about monetization. It was all about disruption. I mean, that's been their behavior from the beginning. You know, disrupt the process and do exactly what Bruce tells them to do. Because Bruce has been telling them, you need to prolong this, because think about this. The amount of money that Jeremy has spent would have easily, in some communities, could have possibly purchased 4 houses for cash. Okay? 4 homes that people could be living in. That's how much money that man has spent on litigation so far. They could have been paid for out front. That's houses that people could have lived in. And these people,
it doesn't establish loss either. Okay. I've heard the speculative numbers with his whatnot contract. Again, you know, that as far as I know, he's never given a verified number on that. You know, he's thrown out some rather large seeming things, but I don't think we have a specific number, which I understand. You know, he's not giving the details, but the numbers that, you know, doing research stuff, my God, you know, you're talking about some huge numbers with a person at that size, the stuff they're doing. And you got to remember how Bruce, he managed to really cost them that, because he took his status as an attorney and he torpedoed that, you know. You know, the funny thing is, though, they have given Jeremy has a license to talk about them forever. He does. There is no, after they've talked about him for years and done all this stuff, there's no way they can just be like, well, time to turn this off, you know. Nope.
They brought this upon themselves. Jeremy will do that. At least I hope he does. Every single bit.
I'm sure that he will want to take them to task. You know, he wants to, really what he wants to do is move on with his life and to do something else, you know. But unfortunately, the reality of this is that these people, they don't want to allow that. You know, they want to damage him. For many of them, what amazes me is that many of them do this over some of the weirdest things, you know, like they even though that he helped them build up channels, for example, even though he put them out there, they got butthurt over something. What they get butthurt over, we don't know exactly. We're not sure. You know, it had to do with they were mod at one time. Now I've seen people, you know, get mad and go rogue or do something, you know, like get pissy about something and decide later on, I hate you, I'm going to destroy you. But this is one of the worst cases of, you know,
I saw that with Adam Krigler. Well, for
Yeah.
example, he had somebody that was created this little snippet that he could use for an intro, and he was using it for an intro, and they got angry about something, and next thing you know, they put a strike on his channel for every single time that he used that, and he had to go through and remove every single one of those intros that somebody was just like, "Oh, I'm doing this as a favor. I'm a big fan," and whatever it was, whatever the heartbreak was that they had, they came and tried to burn his channel down over it. And I mean, it's something simple like that, and you don't realize it because you're like, "Oh man, you know, I'm appreciative of it." You're willing to use those kind of little snippets. And you know, whenever I have people sitting there going, "Hey, you know, let me do X, Y, and Z for you," I'm just like, as much as I would love to, I don't know what's going to happen 6 months from now. I mean, you might get angry at me, and I don't want to lose the, you know, I don't want to have to go in and,
Well, that's
and
why.
fix all this.
That's why I'm so appreciative when I talk about people who've been here for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I appreciate everybody, but
Yes.
like some of these mods that have been here forever, or people like, let me single
Those
out
some of the
Cynic and
best
Chief.
mods.
You know, Cynic and Chief has been here forever. You know,
Yes.
2012 James has been here forever. You know, the Wonder Girl, when she popped up, she was one of my first 30 people in my chat, you know, from that
Yes.
far back. But those people, they have been consistent. And, you know, over time, again, people are going to do things you disagree with. That you might get,
Absolutely.
you know, you might get angry with. You don't like what they talk about, whatever. But, you know, it's the ability to continue and do it. And yeah, you know, you run into some crazy stuff out there, but this level is just, you know.
Oh, I mean, I've watched them burn their own mods. People that are on their own channel with them. Like, they will destroy them. They will physically go out and try to throw shade on them and bring them down. And whenever they pulled that crap with Jeremy and he was letting them go from doing that stuff, he didn't go out and intentionally try to burn them. He was like, "All right, you move on with your life, I'll move on with mine, and we'll just call it a wash."
Well,
But
that's the kicker with some of this stuff. They say that, you know, he did this or he did that when there was a falling out. Yeah, okay, you have falling outs. That happens.
Mhm.
And sometimes they can get ugly. But these people have taken, all of them, this whole group of them have tried to take vendetta to a level that has gone on for years now. And again, you know, we find out, like, one of these morons, you know, there are pieces in here people totally forget. Like, a certain storage legend decided that they wanted to have somebody slash tires, which they wrote off as, "Ha ha, that's just joking around." Are you kidding me?
No.
You know?
No, that's like somebody making a threat to use a pew pew on you. That becomes a very serious threat. You know, there's
Which
one of
has
those.
happened in this, by the way.
Yes, it has.
Yep.
I mean,
I can't believe
there's
the
one.
courts didn't take away, after having a pew pew involved as part of it. I can't believe the courts allowed them to continue owning one.
Well, and according to Jeremy, he said that was an accident, but I have a
It is,
feeling
but
that
still, that's not, you know, I get that, but their responsibility is to, you know, call that out and to wreck it. You know, they're supposed to stop the danger. It's not just about putting someone under a protective order next time. It's supposed to prevent the next time, you know. People limit. Like I said, I've had a protective order before, and also through that, anybody that's dealt with that, they probably have an idea of how difficult it is as is to get police to give a shit about it. But this is next level, you know. I've seen some, I've seen some crazy. I think I'm gonna have a raider in a second again.
No, you're
I
good.
heard her coming.
I can handle it.
What's up, kiddo?
What's
I knew I heard you. I knew it.
Love the kids.
I knew I heard you sneaking.
Poka poka?
I heard you.
Oh
What you
my
doing?
gosh.
Now come here.
Hey, what did you eat?
Are you? Well, you need to get some rest. It is getting late now.
That's right.
You've been very good today, though. I was telling people how good you've been, man. And you went shopping and got clothes. Oh my goodness, man. You getting ready for her grandma took her out and got her some clothes and some pretty like a hat and a bracelet.
So all of that was for Easter, right?
Well, it's just grandma's when it is.
Well, no, I mean, because those look like perfect Easter.
How old are you?
6.
How old?
6 years old.
66.
No,
66.
66 years old.
She's an old woman now.
That's 6. No other number.
66, man. Hey, did you say age ain't nothing but a number? Yeah, 66. Is that what you said?
No, that's 6. I like to punch her in the face.
Yeah, she's a very cute 66-year-old.
I'm not 66.
You be like, hey, you go upstairs. I know, I'm playing with you, right?
Yeah, but
do I pick at you a lot like that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you pick back?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. She's like, I'll take you. I'll take you over my knee and I'll break you in half. You said that one day.
She's gonna be King Kong Bundy.
Yeah, it was funny. You've said some crazy. She's like, I'll bend you over my knee and break. I'll kick you into space.
I like Sissy's character.
You remember that one?
Yes, I remember that.
Yeah,
one.
she remembers saying that one.
I like Sissy's character and I like mine.
I'll mess around. I'll be like, man, hey, if you disagree with me, I'll throw you into space. What do you do? What would you do?
I like Sissy's character with the blades too.
Yeah, that's cute.
Yeah, I like Sissy's character. And do you like mine?
Oh yeah, I like the
Mine
character.
like Sissy's, but I have little hair.
Oh, she's too busy being cute right now. She can't show us how crazy she is someday.
I am crazy. I'll kick you in the face, bro.
What? Kick you in your face, bro. You're a nut. Hey, people don't realize that you are a karate champion, by the way.
Yes, I am.
No, that's right.
I did actually I don't have any more karate, so I want to get some
right
more karate.
Oh, you gotta get in some more lessons so you can kick people into space and stuff. Did you? Is that a move I didn't hear about, kicking people into space? I don't remember him teaching you that one.
Kick.
Oh, you jump and you kick. That's how you get them into space.
You might have to kick them in the face to maybe get them in the face.
Oh, you gotta kick them in the face to get them there too. Wow, I gotta learn that one.
Karate champion.
Yeah, apparently, if you can kick a person into space, you're a karate champion. All right, here, give me a hug. You
I am a karate champion, right, Dad?
Yes, you are. Actually, you got
What?
belts and awards.
What belt do I have right now?
Right now, did you stop with the? I can't remember. We'll have to look at the last ones. We got them all up there.
Yellow.
I think it was. Was it yellow that you were on?
Yellow.
You had a white, the yellow, and then you had that. I can't remember the mixed one. I'll have to look again.
It was yellow and white.
Yellow and white. Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
half was it white and half of it was yellow.
All right. Well, go do your thing. Hey, you need to get some rest.
I am a karate champion.
I know you're
can't
karate
wait to get a new belt. I can't because I want to go to a different karate.
All right. Well, we'll think about it.
We can get.
We'll think about it.
What?
Yeah, we'll think about it. Okay.
Oh
Go ahead.
my
I love
gosh.
you.
Oh, you missed it. Oh.
I am a karate champion.
No, you got Cucking Funt said we'll call her King Kong Buggy.
King Kong Buggy. That's
Just like that's so perfect.
Me too. Close the door. What a funny thing. She's so funny. She's so funny there. She's so crazy.
I mean, and see, it is amazing. I have a niece and a nephew, and they're both just the same age. One 7, 1 6, and they are just the same darn way. And I mean, you just gotta love it.
well, you enjoy it, whether, if I had the little, and as they get older, you see, they're funny. All right, let's do some super chats.
Yeah, I'm up for it.
Okay, let's check it out. Let's see what some people have to say here. Let's talk.
Love these people.
First of all, we had Sister Sal straight up drop 5 giftos on people. Thank you, Sister Sal. That is very, very cool. Appreciate you, and I appreciate you quite a bit. I like that. I like that avatar. That's nice too. I love playing with the AI and making new ones and stuff these days. You can. Okay.
Sister Sal, and the first time I saw that, she looks so much like one of my friends in that avatar. I was like, oh my gosh. She just immediately, I just love it. And of course the Charvel. The first guitar I owned, I believe, was a Charvel. That's so crazy. Your chat is so remarkable. I'm impressed.
I love them. I think they're fun. I mean, heck, look, we've had almost 1,800 people hang while we
on a Saturday night.
Yeah, for 3 hours on a Saturday. That's amazing. I appreciate the heck out of that. But let's see. Mask. 1 minute. Do not give him a mouth. Sorry, making some. I have to tell it every time. I'm like, this guy has a mask. Do not add a mouth to it.
Oh, yes.
Every single time. It drives me nuts. All right. Watchdogs. Hey, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. You know what I love? I keep pointing this out. When you look at Watchdog's avatar, if it's really small, it looks like, I always think Silent Hill or something, right? But then when I click on it, I'm like, guitar. And there, it throws me every single time I see it. It throws me off, because when it's small.
And that's the thing, is whenever you see it, whenever it's small, you're just like, oh, that's completely different. And then you pull it up and you embiggen it, and you're just like, oh
yeah. I mean, it's funny what the mind turns it into. It's kind of amazing. Max, thanks for the 2. Hey, Tug and Shizzy. Well, hey, appreciate you, man.
Max.
Yeah, thanks for the 2. It's Shizzy. What's his nuts? I like that. Sorry, not sorry.
No, it was perfect because that's what Ricky just said one night. He was like, Shizzy, whatever.
Yeah, that's funny though. I like that Ricketa's finally doing some streaming again, by the way.
Yes.
It's good for him.
Gosh.
It's again, I realize that there are people, they can think whatever they want about a situation. That is their right and privilege. Yep. The thing is that the way to get somebody on the straight and narrow, as it is to see them, not spending all their time in their head and doing something, to get out and do something again and have them streaming again.
I mean, I was probably pretty critical of Nick, at the very beginning of that, because I was just like, dude, what were you thinking?
I was critical. I was, I'm a friend, but at the same time, I was like, what the shit are you doing, man?
Yeah, get your head out of there. And it seems like he has, and that's something that should be well appreciated. And oh my God, the anti-Hales are going after him, of course, too, now.
But of course they are, Of course they are,
They're going to go after anybody that's bigger than them, which is pretty hard to do considering their girth.
Well, that's funny.
I'm a bad man. I know.
What a devil. No, but they do. I mean, they hope when somebody comes in, they also, again, it's PR. They're supposed to try to destroy someone else. It's funny though. They tell you that drugs are not a problem. It's not terrible. I'm not saying that either. I think that, you saw in that situation, they went and they were wrecking somebody's life. Absolutely. And it took law enforcement intervention to stop it. The difference is, with these antis, they have access to people that are vulnerable, that give money, and they have done some crazy things with that. And I mean, to me, that kind of stuff, it doesn't just need to be called out, it needs to be stopped.
Oh, I mean, that on the level that they've done this, I'm just looking at it again. They have raised so much money, and people have spent so much money, so much of their time and energy, just because, and it doesn't matter how you feel about Jeremy. Think about where that money went to, that they were claiming was going for one thing. And now they are absolutely panicking, trying to figure out how they're going to hide the money.
Hide the money's, hide the lack of money, I think is the better way of putting it. What's funny is she's also out there saying that, taking credit, in the bankruptcy, she's saying, well, I did defense, I did this, I'm allowed to take credit for it. And it's like, you're allowed to, if you want to take credit for doing something online, or, saying, hey, look what I helped do. Okay. You can't take financial credit for something you fundraise.
No, that, and it's the same way whenever you raised money to create for the memorial that never was. I did the same thing, and and all of the people that donated to it got to see exactly what was purchased with that money, and where it went, and what it was being used for, and what it's doing, and then people have added on to it. I mean, oh my gosh,
my favorite thing about it is we actually produced something.
Yes,
they didn't produce anything. They never have. They still haven't.
And Travis, oh my God, Travis made that place look absolutely gorgeous. I'm like, oh my gosh,
Travis
just
did an amazing job. I have to give him credit. By the way, I got a notification for his stream today. That's crazy, because I haven't had a notification for a stream from him in forever, and I finally got one today. I was pretty happy about it. I dropped in to say hi there, and typically I don't get anything from his channel.
Yeah. And that's the same thing. I'm usually like, doggone it. I'll usually get it afterwards. I'm like, doggone it.
Yeah. It's like, this person's live, and you go and look, and they were on like a day ago.
Yes. Yes.
Like,
I'm like, and I'm subbed up to them, and I get the notifications, and I still get it a day late. And I'm just like, doggone it. And there's been times where I've been in there. Like, I was watching him set off the fireworks, for his super chats, and oh my gosh, I was sitting there going, oh, that is so beautiful. I love that idea. I wish I could do that. Doggone it. My neighborhood wouldn't allow me to set off fireworks without the cops being called. But I'm just going, this is so cool, because he's out here having fun, and I actually had to, get back to work. And next thing I know, everybody's talking about, did you hear that Travis was swatted? I was like, what are you talking about? He was swatted. I was watching the stream, and I went back and watched it, and you showed it even. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, what? Like, he's out here setting off fireworks to every time someone would send him a super chat, he would set one off, and all of a sudden it becomes, there's firearms. What are you talking about? Oh God, these people are so horrible.
Well, they knew what they were doing, man, too. They tried to get him hurt. They tried to get him killed, in my opinion.
Well, and that you have to remember that the fleas do not like him either.
Oh no, actually, it's because they did some work for him, and then apparently it went ghost.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't deliver on some stuff. I read that about, and they've made it clear. It's not about Jeremy or anything. It goes well beyond that.
Oh, no.
Priscilla said, "What's the difference between John Cook and a rock? About 400 IQ points in favor of the rock." I like it. It takes for the 5. Why does Cook keep saying "R" when BBB wasn't his lawyer?
Actually, I had to go back and confirm this.
Yeah.
He was their
Representative
attorney.
for both.
He represented both of them. That was part of the Pro Hoc VJ. That's how you filed it.
Well, it's regardless, he's not their counsel anymore. So to be in there, you notice though, when he's arguing again, and this is something that Lynette Preston and John Cook are so stupid about. He's not arguing anything pro them. He's not helping them in any way whatsoever.
It's for that. It's for him.
Yeah. So for that to be to put on record or anything else, just it's so. I mean, again, if he can file something, if Bruce can file something, then this judge can sanction this guy. You know, with this closed out. This gave him the perfect opportunity to do something about this behavior.
Yes. I think that he should not only sanction him, but he should sanction John Cook for this, because he's already warned him not to file anything else
repeatedly.
Because the case has stayed.
And you know, it's funny because you know Bruce told him, "Hey, put this on the record." You know how this goes, but it doesn't matter.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't. You know, he's dumber than mud. So the bankruptcy case, by the way, thanks for the 5 here. Bankruptcy case, Manskin, a creditor for attorney fees and costs, you know, in a state court. How can Bruce ask for fees for practicing law without a license? Well, that's true too. I mean, again, he can't ask for fees. Really, what could he ask? That's been my point with any of this. What could he ask for fees for, period? What has he done that would allow him to go after fees? Honestly.
Well, and if he's trying to say the court filing costs or anything like that, well, it's already been shown that and he can thank, you know, the fleas for this one, is he's already been compensated for that out of money that they raised for Lynette's barn.
Let's not forget
travel
expenses.
Yep. All of that stuff was fundraised already out of the money that people were sending for Lynette.
I'm curious, by the way, why the antis, they don't have a problem with the fact that travel expenses were raised and then just nothing happened. It just went poofy poof, you know?
It's weird how that happens.
It is, isn't it? It's weird how a lot of stuff goes poof in this, you know?
Yeah.
Man.
How does it all just
videos
disappear? I know. I'm the same way. I have so much fun with them. Yeah.
Well, it's fun trying to get everything to work out, you know? And
well, I mean, yours have been doing really good. I've been enjoying those. I mean, I'm good at putting music together, but I will tell you, your videos and your music is stepped up even since whenever you first started. I'm just like,
well, you know, it helps a lot when you haven't been able to do much else. So I learned that's one thing I can give credit for all of that time, is it made, you know, me better with what I was trying to get done. You know, trying to learn a little bit about what I'm actually capable of, you know, of creating. I didn't think I'd be capable of making any of this stuff, but you know, which is nice. It's nice to find out that you can do it. God.
I mean, I wasn't really confident on creating videos, and now I'm just able to knock one out like in a few minutes. I'm just like, oh, this is so much easier. Just you start learning the little tricks and the little things. And speaking of which, that's what Roz and I are going to be talking about on the 31st, which will be Tuesday at 6 o'clock. I'll be over with Roz.
Are y'all doing a interview or what's going on?
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of an interview, just talking about music and creating videos, and you know,
that'll be fun. Rosalind needs more love on her channel too.
She really does. I mean, the amount of good stuff that she is putting out there and the research that is involved in what she does.
She's done some heavy research on some of these subjects, and it's just kind of amazing when you go through, because so much of there's so much that has gone on in these cases, and people either they miss, they forget, they don't put certain things together, and when you have people, and there are a lot of people out there that are good at this, by the way. I'm not trying to say like a lot of people haven't done, but Rosalind has been putting out some good stuff. She did some good interviews too. I mean, it's just been it's been quality work.
Yes.
Let's say. But yeah, I think the whole thing, and it's a whole mess, the claims there. Fallen Hero, thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you, Fallen Hero. Appreciate you, my friend. And appreciate you being here. Fallen Hero is another person. Mods, other people are, the channels don't run without them. So thank you.
No, they don't.
K-Man, thanks for the 10. You almost want to send the judge a spreadsheet of all the nonsense in plain language, showing the horrible tactics they've been doing in a chart. Well, unfortunately, he should know. He has an entire staff that should be reminding him of what these people have done in his courtroom.
Yeah.
So
they're not. That's the problem.
I just can't believe he's allowed that.
I've been amazed that he has allowed so much stuff through, and I think that a lot of this is pre-planned by Deuce, because he knows the inside of a court and how it operates, and that's why he's able to get away with the crap that he's getting away with. He's saying the things they want to hear.
Just the level, though. Even then, there's usually a line, and I mean, I feel like he lost it. He just absolutely
the only lines you're gonna find is on the dashboard of Robbie's truck.
Ski slopes, baby. But I agree, K-Bass. When big thanks for the 6 months there. I don't understand why BBB cannot be sanctioned now. We could quit. He could be absolutely. The judge absolutely could do that. They decide. So for him to be like, it's going to come later, that's normal. After what he pulled, are you kidding me? Really? You're gonna go with that?
File this affidavit. That's what he's going to think that he's going to get away with. Okay.
Yeah. Well, he's been emboldened to the point. That's why he keeps doing crazy shit.
They don't stop the bad behavior right off the bat. They'll just keep on doing it.
Yeah. And it's become it's not just repeated, it's accelerated. Doesn't Jack's mom, doesn't the thanks for 5, doesn't the magistrate have to have the guy physically there in order to sanction him? But the jig judge can do sanctions if the person is remote. Well, since he didn't show up, he could have an order. What he needs is to have an order dragging his ass in. No discussion, no nothing. Drag him into the court, hold him accountable, put him in front of him. And it shouldn't be just, sanctions, that was before.
Yeah. At this point, it should be beyond sanctions. At this point, the judge should be calling for a contempt of court and have him brought in and actually, you are going to stand in front of me and you are going to explain to me why you are behaving this way.
No, even more, you're going to stand in front of me. I'm going to just open a can of whoop ass on you. I'm going to make sure that your dumb ass can never practice in Florida. I'm going to turn you over to the bar again. I'm going to put this on record. Because this has gone well beyond the tit for tat bullshit that he tried to pretend was going on.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, like I said, it's nuts. It's nuts. And he let it happen. Oh, great. Drives me crazy. But AKA the cat lady, thanks for two. Can Randy use this for Fed 2? Third amended for Bruce? No, but
No.
I don't know. Like, I don't know what they'll do with the trial, by the way. Well, none of this, no. But my God, like that judge has been like, essentially, you're not going to win there. So
yeah, I mean, basically, what he could possibly do, and I've sort of looked at this from different angles, is if because I've said this before, I don't think that Fed 2 is going to get through. They unless they come up with one hell of a filing that just knocks this judge's socks off because he hasn't been impressed by it. And it'll probably end up having to file something completely different. And if they do, all of this will be used in that case. Because if it gets, for example, if the judge is already signaling that it's going to be dismissed with prejudice, then they would have to bring different files against these people. They wouldn't be able to bring the same case against them. And if they do, that right there, all of this kind of crap that they've been polling, all the stuff that's been happening in Ohio, every single bit of that comes into it also.
Just Fed 2 is a mess. Like it's a mess as far as no matter what you think about it, the magistrate has sounded off. I mean, that's the reality. Once the magistrate sounds off, and then you have his boss sound off, which he's going to back the play of the magistrate.
Yes,
that's going to happen. But with Jeremy, the money it would cost to continue that thing would be astronomical, and I can't see him wanting to continue with the way that's set up. You file if you've got some if you got to eat a little bit of a fine there, you eat it. It accomplished what it needed to accomplish. So
yes, I mean it got the bankruptcy. Oh my gosh.
Yep. Exactly. That is the biggest thing for the amount of money he walks away with. And these people, like, they just, not only that, he got, in my opinion, he got the unlicensed practice of law from it too.
Getting bad attorneys off practicing is, I mean, you may not be doing yourself a whole lot of good, but the rest of the world appreciates it, because the last thing you want to have is an attorney like Deuce representing you. I mean, come on. If I had that guy trying to try a case for me, I would be just like, you need to get the hell out of this tonight.
Oh, I'd be so pissed if
oh, God.
I would be. I'd be pissed, because again, some of the stuff when they talk, like when the antis bring up Randy and they're like, well, his filings, you know what? Are you kidding me? Have you seen the stuff that you're defending? Oh Lord. It's a lunacy, sheer.
Oh, no, and that's the thing. If like I said, if I had an attorney that was filing crap like that,
oh, I'd be pissed, man. I'm telling you.
I would be just,
I'd lose my mind. I'd be like, wow.
I would be finding another attorney almost.
Actually, I would be putting him on blast. It's funny though. When I talked to Lynette Preston, I was like, "If you ever talk to anybody else, oh, we don't have the money. Who cares?" Again, you just need advice. What I was telling her is, you need advice to see if this is a good idea, because these people are screwing you. You know, you don't need to be in these. And look how it turned out. Look where the thumbnail case went. Look where these things went. That's what it's trying to tell this woman, I've
got the recording of it. Oh my God. I'm just sitting there going, Tug is telling her, listen, just go. You don't have to retain somebody. All you have to do is just go talk to another attorney that's not involved in any of this case, anybody. And and show them what this attorney is doing. And if they agree with it, then continue on. But go and it's like somebody telling you that your engine is blown and all it is that a belt broke on it. And you take it to that first mechanic, he's like, "Oh, your whole engine is blown." You take it to the second one, he's like, "Yeah, the belt's broken on it. I can do it for $20," and he puts a new belt on it.
I think there are more bad lawyers. You know, it's like this. I've learned over time. There are many more bad lawyers than there are good lawyers, you know, or mediocre lawyers. But there are a lot of terrible lawyers out there.
Yes,
and people have this idea that there's something holding, you know, keeping them in check. But the bar rarely does anything.
The only time that the bar steps in is you know, like in Georgia, the bar will step in if you're misusing attorney's funds. That'll be something that'll get you disbarred. If you're taking a client's funds and you're using it in a trust. Other than that, they're pretty much just going to give you a slap on the wrist and say, behave better.
Yeah, don't do it again, babies. You know,
unless they see constant because I know of one attorney here in Georgia that is being disbarred because of like assault on somebody. I mean,
it takes a lot. It takes a lot.
It takes a hell of a lot. And we're talking, this is a case that's been going on for what, 6 years now?
This insanity. I wonder how many years we're going to see. Like, I figure this stuff goes on at least another year, but I'm figuring more like 2 to possibly 3, just to be honest. You know, we will. And that doesn't count the aftermath. You know,
I think you're being too gracious. The way that they've been behaving.
Oh, I'm not talking about their aftermath, but I'm talking about what's in the court right now. I should have clarified that. Yeah, because I think they'll try to file some more erroneous bullshit. I think we already have outstanding trials. We have Fed 1. We have unlicensed practice of law. You know, we have lips and chips, and we potentially have. I personally think, you know, if they want to go, they take Lisa. I really do. I think, you know, in the aftermath of lips and chips, they go after Lisa. Again, it's their money. I don't, you know.
Yeah.
I don't want to spend their money.
I could see that they go after Lisa for the money. They go after Bruce for the money. Because you have to understand, all these people raised money on behalf of her. Using her child, using her.
What's amazing is if she had half a brain, she would go after some of these people. But instead, she wants to sit around and tell, like she told me, "Oh, these people are helping me." Yeah, no, they're not.
They're helping themselves.
Yeah, exactly. They're there for themselves, and you're too dumb to see it. You know?
Yeah. All that money that she thinks was there, it's already they've already blown.
She knew it. She told me that. She told me it's gone, you know? But she's too dumb to realize how much money it is. And she's too dumb to. I hate these people because they won't hold fucking people like this accountable. None of them will. You know? That's one thing I like about Jeremy. Jeremy's trying to hold these people accountable. And I like that because, you know, at least he's trying, you know, but they could.
The amount of crap that they've done. I mean, all it takes is for them to turn state's evidence, and we saw this not too long ago with somebody that did a GoFundMe, where GoFundMe was doing out this goodwill for this guy that was supposed to be a veteran. He was homeless. He gave his last $20 out to this chick, and you know, come to find out that they had already met a few times, and it was staged just to do a fundraiser, and they had blown all the money on BMWs and gambling and all kinds of crap. They bought him like a trailer so he could live on their property out back, and then charged him rent for it. And once he turned him in, you know, he had to do a short stint of time, but both the husband and the wife were both found guilty of it, had to spend years, and GoFundMe refunded all the money to the people that donated to it. This is why
that's what should be happening with this. You know, Levy County though is so fucked up.
But they never did a GoFundMe. all the
No,
money
but
was
they don't
going
have to
into
do a
Lynette's
GoFundMe.
property.
But they
all the money-
used GoFundMe. Here's the thing, or not GoFundMe.
Yeah.
But they use all these companies that are they're using the same, like Stripe, all of that, the stuff that they use to track it down, the stuff, it's all there. It's all easy. But they haven't done anything about it.
Yeah, Lynette is, whenever I say 100,000, I'm being very gracious on the amount of money that they raised, because whenever they said Dave the donor gave 56K and that was nothing compared to what they received from everybody else in donations, and you notice that they backtracked from that really quick. Oh no, we never received anything outside of that, and it was for these little things right here. You notice they deflect from it really quick. They deflect from how much money was raised, because I'm not sure they actually know how much money was raised until they started doing accounting of it, and they were just like, oh, the money that we gave to the Lisa's husband, the money that we gave to Bruce, the money that we gave to these reporters. I mean, where did all the money
amount
go?
of money?
Yeah, like
Hey, Lorraine, by the way. Hey, thank you for the 10. I'm late to the stream again. No, it's all good. It's going for a while, so you get to catch a lot. We went out tonight for my husband's birthday dinner and just got back. Hey, happy birthday for your husband there. Let's give you the short arm dance. I love it. I try to save that for special times. Until Shizzy, I said hello. Great show. Actually, you know what? I'm going to give you a regular one. I don't want to, some people, they love the short arm, but I want to give you the no, I'll give you both since I mentioned it. Happy birthday from all of us to you. Short arms dancing, make your dreams they come true. Oh yeah, that's right. And we'll give you more regular one.
Happy birthday from both of us to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. May all your dreams come true. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. We love to have you here. Happy birthday. Here's to another year.
1.5 years. That's right. Thank you, dude. Appreciate you. Appreciate your husband. I hope you had a great one. Ikea, cat lady, thanks for fun. Can this also be ruled as unlicensed practice of law since he doesn't have pro hoc vice? The affidavit is clearly argued. This would be something I would argue for sure as that. I cannot see. I know what they tried to play with it, but
yeah. They're putting it down as an affidavit.
Yeah, but it ain't no affidavit because he goes way off course and he starts arguing law. And it's how do you say that he's not practicing as an attorney through this? It's absolutely freaking insane.
Yeah, a simple affidavit would have been a simple affidavit, not this document of screed that he put out there.
I had an older raider sneak up on me and scare the bejesus out of me. Yeah, I know. You'd be a little too sneaky though. She was like tapped me on the shoulder. I was like, "Oh, what was that?" Yeah.
Next time it's gonna be a spider.
It's going to be a spider dropped on me. Oh, that's lovely. Next time it'll be a spider. Oh God, they are so funny. They love to clown and to mess around. They do. I don't blame them.
No, that's the best. I mean, you gotta have fun. Life is too short to not.
Well, they're good. What's fun is they're good kids. They're God, I'm proud of them.
You should be.
Do not, sorry, add a mouth. I have to tell it every time when I'm making sections. Don't add a damn mouth, you know? It's like talking through it, and you're like, no. Sometimes it does it anyway. Blake, thanks for the 2. Pickles go well with breadsticks. Oh my God, you're trying to murder my pickle self. Actually, I do like fried pickles. I agree.
Absolutely.
Oh, hey, what's up, Kiwi? Thank you for the 10 there. This is for the LUS security upgrade. LUS.
I don't know what that is.
Let me see. What is that? What does that mean? LUS. Am I just missing something? Does it have to do with butter?
I might be.
I don't know. I'm confused. Maybe I'm not smart enough to understand. I blame it on Shizzy, by the way.
Probably. I mean, it's easy.
I can't believe it. Like this trial will, you know, some people too. Here's another thing I don't think a lot of people take into account. These people are thinking that they'll win over a long enough timeline. First of all, the accusations, like the essay accusations, for example, a long enough timeline, people won't know what happened, you know? And also on top of that, they expect people to walk away, to get tired, fatigue off of this, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yes. And that's one of the biggest things right there is, you know, that's what they're planning for these folks. It's just like, oh, well, people haven't been paying attention, and all of a sudden something comes popping up, and next thing you know, if you do a search for Jeremy Hales, it shows up that he essayed somebody, although it's not true, but that's how and Lips has already said that that's what her intention was.
That's their goals, of course, man.
Like she said, I'm going after Megan Fox's SEO. I'm going after Jeremy Hale's SEO.
That's what they do, man.
Perfectly clear.
You know, these people, they know the game. They've done that to other people. They've destroyed their names, their credibility. They've said that, you know, oh, well, you know, I do this or I do that. So they've made it they've made it clear that's who these people are.
Yep.
And I don't think anybody, you know, give me a second, clear my throat.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I lost my voice for a second there. Freaking weather. But they think that they can tire you out, and they do. There are a lot of people that move on, do other things because, you know, and understandably, but you won't be around to the people who start it. If they don't finish it, then they're not around to correct things. And even then, they expect on a long enough timeline that this stuff will be out there. That's why ultimately you have to take a flamethrower to it all, or else.
Yes, absolutely. Oh, and they're talking about Lug's security door is what it was.
I got you. Yes, for sure. I thought for a minute there, I thought that's what you might have meant, but I thought, well, maybe it's something else I'm not thinking about with all the craziness in the world. Maybe it is something else, you know? I just cannot believe how, again, these people, they have managed to not just scam, but you know, there are a lot of people that go over and watch and clip. Yes. So I don't think they're picking up new people a lot or anything, you know, that believe they're stupid. But I do think that there are enough people that they have convinced that it's dangerous. They also have utilized a child as a weapon to do so much harm. You know, that's one of the most effective weapons for people like this. It's been not just a tool to make money, but a weapon where they can go out and say, look at this evil person. Look what he's trying to do. And then they fundraise off of it. Yeah.
Well, and it's more than that too. They're also trying to get people convinced. I mean, think about this. Where did Ray Bone Crusher start out with all of this? You know, or as like Jacob likes to call him, Boner Crusher.
Yeah.
where did he start out with all of this, and what was it that changed his mind? And that's what they're trying to do with a lot of other people, is get them to believe the lie, so that they are so convinced that they would go out there and threaten other people with firearms.
Well, it's always been about, buzzwords and everything anyway,
Yeah.
because and then again, it's been effective. It has worked.
It has.
It's kind of sad too. I mean, when you get down to it, because they, when you were talking about when we were talking about the bench person, for example, the donor, right? They talked about how they wouldn't have even thought that somebody would make up something crazy like this,
Yeah.
And I understand that. Because I wouldn't, if I've never seen people do it, I wouldn't expect people to be this brazen and horrible.
No. Or the accusations of SA. I mean,
that stuff.
Like I'm just sitting there going, who says this kind of thing? Because this makes no sense whatsoever.
It's the ultimate disrespect of victims too, because people who've really gone through something, that have really, that have really suffered. I mean, we just had somebody that was, let's say medically assisted to end, and it was because they had gone through something horrendous. They've been victimized, and that for them to do something, to claim something that happened that is awful, and again, their narrative was such bullshit that it just blew my. Remember, they also promised that there would be proof. They would be dropping video that showed like a meeting and some stuff that happened. Remember that? And then they just delete everything.
Yeah, that like it never happened. That's commonplace with them, though. I've noticed this, that they'll say, "Oh, we've got this big bombshell." It's like them coming out and threatening that they're going to have some lawsuit against you and me and Coop and all these people.
I love laughing. My favorite one, though, is for them right now for trademark, because they're the PUR team, apparently. Which would be them admitting that they are the PUR team. I like it. Oh, by the way, thank you, Suzanne, for the gifted membership. I'll interview these while we're moving too.
Sorry.
Don. No, it's me. I just like talking to. Thanks for the vibe. Fed 1. BBB was pro bono for Lynette, then Buyer. Crook was pro se. Fed 2, we talked about that. BBB is defendant, Lynette, and Crook pro se. Not sure. Trespass 5 and thumbnail. Well, okay, with Trespass 5 and thumbnail, he is on a contract from what we understand. Again, we've never seen this contract through it all, but we had Shara drop it into the public eye. So we saw it that way. But he was contingency based. So if I win, I get money. So that's the way we understand that. Unless, there's some piece we don't know about. But I would assume everything we saw play out, that would be correct.
Yeah. But as far as, being pro se, no, it was John Cook was being represented by Deuce in Fed 1.
It's hard to remember all this shit.
Well, and I actually had to go back and look. I was like, okay, so where was this filed? Because I was just like, I could have sworn that Crook was
remember they talked about him.
Part of it.
They were going to abandon him for the Ohio thing. Mm-hmm. He was going to be off on his own. They weren't raising money. You remember with all that, because that was a big deal. It was like, oh shit, they're going to abandon like John Cook.
Yeah, pretty much that, because they were just like, oh, we'll just leave him on his own.
They made that clear. They were going to abandon him. And I was like, holy shit, they really are going to abandon you, Cook. That may be why he started his phone calls to Lisa and stuff. Actually, I think his phone calls to Lisa are because, I think it's because And he wants a loofah-mobile.
It's like, I need the loofahs.
Yep. Exactly. He thought he could get a ride on a loofah-mobile. I'm pretty sure that's what it was about. Yeah.
I mean, you know, who likes to ride around in a Jeep Gladiator whenever you got somebody screaming in your ear, you know, in monitor.
Well, you know, that was the only thing I could agree with when she was saying, well, they're telling John Cook that, oh, she's so mean to you, and I was like, well, maybe.
Yeah, they're pretty spot on with it. You are pretty mean.
Yeah, I mean, God, I mean, she seems like she would be a nightmare to deal with. Spirit Walker, thank you for the gifted membership there. Thank you very much. I'd hate to live on that property. It'd be awful. Okay, the cat lady, thanks for the vibe. Bruce is claiming to be a creditor in Levy County, but Stark was the Levy County attorney. That's fraud in the bankruptcy court. Plus, well, again, what he's saying is he's trying to say contingency, but again, they didn't win. So your contingency washes away. Unless they have some agreement, again, we don't know about for court costs or something that, I mean, and again, you know, Lynette.
And to claim that he would have to file those into the bankruptcy court. It's not like you can sit there and make this claim without actual proof. And that's how bankruptcy courts work. They don't go without proof. There's a reason why they had this deposition with Lynette asking these questions, because she is claiming X, Y, and Z, and they have to verify it. Whenever they're sitting there saying, you still have not shown us what the payments are on your Jeep. You haven't shown us who's on the title. You haven't shown us any
wild
proof
when you think
of
about
your
it.
claims.
Which is really wild when you think about it, you know?
It's like, what is Saran Wrap doing? Is he just delaying this as long as he possibly can? Because it's not really hard to come up with this information. You contact your creditor and you say, I need the payoff amount for my Jeep Gladiator. I need the payoff amount for my trailer. You know, I need the payoff amount for X, Y, and Z. And then you submit those whenever you're filing your schedules, and he knows this shit.
Well, he's done everything he can to not turn over papers until the last day. You know, he's done this. This isn't the first time he did it. He did it again this time. By the way, tomorrow we will be looking at, there's bankruptcy paper that we have as well that is talking about total. It was well, we'll get to see some of that Jeremy Hale's totaling, so you'll definitely want to see how the Jeremy Hale's response works out. I think that'll be a lot of fun. I think you'll find that to be really interesting, you know. I think these people, they deserve to be called out. They deserve to have that wrecking ball, you know, taken to them.
They should. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, they've scammed their viewers out of over $100,000. And, and if
much more than that, I believe. You know, when you can, especially when you combine the ecosystem, holy God, that's when you get some real money, you know.
Oh, I mean, how much money did your little buddy over there across the pond reach out to you and send over to Stupid?
He was saying, you know, for the one person, so he admitted to two people giving money, but I've had three people I know of. First of all, we saw the 2L money, but then we saw Robbie talking about how he bought 2 buildings. He bought a tractor, and he bought one of those drive around, those gators, you know, that you ride around in. Okay. And then we know he furnished all of Dave's setup, and he basically was giving him money to live on, according to Dave. So God knows how much he spent on that. And, you know, we know Guapo too. I don't mean to forget Guapo as well. We know with Guapo, he's buying like car to give away, and, you know, he gave him trips and all this stuff. My God, you're probably talking $200,000 or more.
I'll make this offer. You know, if Only Me wants to send me, hell, you know, just 1/3 of that, I will be happy to talk trash about him all damn day. Matter of fact, I'll just talk trash about him without him paying me anything. But if you want to pay me something, I will talk trash about you even more. How's that? Because that's all they've done. And they've trashed this guy. They have completely berated him. And he still supports them. Hey, send someone.
He's got this hate boner for Germany. You know, well, this is the thing. He turns on people that have, I mean, again, he thought it was easy. See, all these people blocked him out. You know, they were like, fuck yeah. Me, like I said, I let him contact and stuff. So, of course, he has to act, you know, Billy Bob badass and be all abusive and bullshit. You know, the only people that stood with him didn't ask him for money. We didn't ask him for anything. You know, that's the crazy thing. These people milked him for everything. And maybe that's what makes him mad, because the more we look into it, there's no way for him not to look like he was duped. You know, that looks terrible. And then that other part where he claims he audited him and stuff. Woo. But I mean, to come in and be like, I get a private eye for you. I'm stalking you. You know?
I got to see that video again because it is so cool. I've got to see the video of your private eye. I mean, it kills me.
I love that video, by the way. It's so funny, like making fun of it. I thought, oh my God, that's amazing. Give me 1 second.
I love that. I love that so much. It kills me every time.
I was just, again, I mean, he's like, oh, you never lose, you never miss. Well, fucking brand, this ain't the UK, son. You know?
No, things work a little bit different here in the United States.
Yeah, we're not. I'm also I'm not beholden to some guy. Again, what he wanted. I don't actually know what he wanted with the coverage, but he wanted a puppet. You know, and I think he's accustomed to having that. You know, you look at, like, again, the ecosystem wanted money and shit out of him. So of course, you know, he got that. But like I said, I have plenty of people that are more than happy to back what we do. I don't need to be beholden to some douchebag that's coming in and trying to, you know, to rake me over the coals.
Well, and I refuse to.
Yeah,
I refuse to. And that's why I appreciate Jeremy so much, because he has never said, "Hey, I'll pay you to do X, Y, or Z." You know, it's not like he's sitting there going, "Oh, I'll give you money, fortune, and fame." He's never made any sort of offer like that. That's the thing. He's just said, "Here's what's going on in the case." And that's it. You decide for yourself. He goes, and he said before, you don't have to like me. I mean, I'm not expecting that everybody's going to like me, everything that I say or do. He goes, but you know, if you're going to talk about it truthfully, and don't bullshit people.
I think some people do. I think people, again, have this idea sometimes that Jeremy Hales should just take the high ground all the time. Again,
never.
How long would you let these people bury your life before you're like, you know what? And what's that? What low ground are we talking about too? You know, I mean, he's not tried to destroy or deplatform these folks. You know, he's not done any of that. What's he done? Talk about chicken skins and these horrible people. To show, again, you know, when you throw their own insults back, but also when you're showing that, you're showing, hey, these people are the very things. When they call other people names, they are those names.
Yes, they've come out and said some of the most horrendous things, and then you come to find out who's the one that's got, you know, an indictment where they're having probation for committing a felony.
Let's go with the base. Well, even with the base stuff. Okay. when they used AI to give this idea that, again, you're talking about somebody that is young, beautiful, trustworthy, right? And they're not those things. And meanwhile, they're talking about the women out there, especially they're the hardest on the women. They're talking about them being fat and ugly. And, you know, I heard her say that, I bet you, talking about some woman, I bet you got mud flaps under your arm. That's why that came up, you know, because this woman, look at her. I mean, again, she is these things. So when you comment on that, you're throwing it back at them. But it also takes that away, so they can't attack the next person with it.
Yeah,
because it's known, and it's you know, it's the name and shame way. And if again, you go with the courts, and if the court won't give you justice, if they will let these people continue to take a flamethrower to your fucking life, then. The name and shame on them.
Yes, absolutely, 110%.
I very much believe in the name and shame. Again, you know, I don't expect anybody, by the way, to like me in any way, shape, or form. I'm not here to make friends, especially not with any of those types of pieces of shit. I'm not here to placate them. I hope that I can say something that is so alarming sometimes that maybe they will leave the people alone that they're targeting, though.
Yes.
You
yes. And that has been one of the things that I've been doing is covering, you know, it's like listening to Paint Chip sit there and say, hey, you know, you're part of the Hale's ecosystem. And I'm just like, what are you talking about? I mean, if me reporting on a case or talking about something that I find interesting as part of an ecosystem, then God bless, I embrace it.
Well, they want that to deflect away from them actually having an ecosystem too.
Yes, because they've been actively trying to destroy a man.
Oh, look at that. These bills at D dropped 5 for the karate classes. Thank you there. Appreciate it. Yeah, we have a local place, and they were very, how do I put this? I don't want to be nasty about it. They were very cliquey with the people that are there. You know how places are like certain people, they had ownership of the space, and it wasn't a good feel. It wasn't, you know, I'm not trying to enter some private school, you know, I just want my kids to have fun, enjoy other kids. And, I'm not looking to join up with something or to try to win. I'm way too old to give a shit about any of that in my life. You know,
right.
I'm not 20, and you know, even when I was younger, I wouldn't give a shit about winning over a bunch of stuck-up people. So, but that has nothing to do with karate either. So I like the karate aspect, but I think, you know, and it's funny, the little one, I'm like, hey, you want to join up with, you want to go do, you want to go do ballet? No, karate. Well, you sure? No more dancing. I'm going to dance with my feet a different way.
And I would tell you, my one of my nephews, whenever he was in high school, now he's married now and has twins, but whenever he was in high school, he joined the dance group because he saw that's where all the cute chicks were.
Right.
And he was the only guy that showed up. And so he got every single lead role, and he learned to dance. And his wife actually was in that dance class, and she was absolutely gorgeous. You have to think, you know, they're also 17. So she was like the most beautiful, sought after chick. And my nephew is by no means, you know, as far as the looks department, a catch whatsoever. But because he could dance and had such good humor about, you know, just him being him, that he absolutely won her over head over heels, so much that they just had, you know, a celebration of their, you know, 15th anniversary. It's beautiful. I'm just like, man, you know, you know, and so, you know, whenever ladies are sitting there going, oh, why won't guys join this stuff? Oh, because I'm too manly. No, he said, you know what? I'm going to join this group because that's where all the hotties are. Like back whenever I was going to high school, if you wanted to find out where the chicks were, just take home ec. That's where all
I actually took ThATuMBRELLAgUY when I was in school.
Damn right I did.
Yeah, I did. I also learned a few things. Like I learned that I can't bake a cake. You know,
I learned how to sew. I learned you know, what the measuring cups were for.
I learned how to, you know, to mac a little bit. You know, like, hey, what's
I did
you know, learned a little confidence out of that. You know, I took with me. I did that like later on in school. Was funny. Looking back, you know, it's kind of funny, but I did. I took it. Oh God, I also took. They had, I forget what they called it. You know, they had a horticulture class, but it had a specific name. I took 3 years of that, because it was primarily, you know, it was like 98. It was essentially the layout was there was me, one of my friends that was male, and everyone else was female.
Yeah.
I was like, hell yeah, you know, and I mean, I loved it. I also actually found that I loved it. I thought it was great, but I didn't initially. I didn't get into that in the beginning for that reason.
No.
Because you know, it was fun. And heck yeah. It was awesome. You know, they were always they would have like stuff, you know, you'd have to do, or there might be something you have to move, or you know, there'd be harder to do that you needed like a guy for. And it's like, hell yeah, this is amazing.
Yes, that's why I took those classes. It was just like, man, this is where all the chicks are at. Why? I mean, you're just narrowing the pool.
I did the same thing. That is so funny. Well, it's funny thinking back to, God, I bet things have really changed with school though. Let's see. Angela Clark, thanks for the 5. How many people has Jeremy saved from Judge Grudge? I mean, that's potentially true too, you know, because Judge Grudge, from some reports I've heard, has at least optically has quote unquote changed. I'm sure he's not a reform change, but you know what I mean? Like in his courtage change. So that may have done a lot of that, you know?
Well,
what's similar, right? Thanks to writing the Ricada story, Johnny Baldo.
Johnny Baldo writes
no.
Yes.
That's hilarious. And Tightline, thanks for the 5. I had a comment, but it fled to Armenia with do. Hope it still counts. Well, you know, that does count, because even though you don't have a comment, yes, you still have a comment. And, you know, those comments, again, they are appreciated, you know, because the comment's backing. Thank you for your backing. It is sad when your comment does flee to Armenia, though, you know? That is a very sad thing. I gotta do a redirect real quick. It's so late there.
No,
I was going to do a redirect to Flashcast. You know, it's like,
nice.
I haven't redirected there. Again, let me note this: if you're going to get offended by stuff, don't go over there. But if you just want to have fun and laugh at the or argue, man, because I mean they talk about social and political stuff, you know. And if you want to go argue, have fun, people might get pissed off about it. Go take it out there, you know. Have a good time. Hey, I think, man, we've been on here a while. God, we've been 4 hours. We're gonna start. We're gonna call this a day. I didn't realize we had been on that long. You know, I've been goofing off this whole time.
No, it's all been good conversation, and basically you just fed into where I would normally be streaming and cutting it off.
That's hilarious. So he just went, yeah.
So bad.
I'm almost all finished 2 minutes of song video too. That's pretty amazing.
Nice.
You know, usually, yeah, it takes hours to cut that. Like I said, people have no idea the amount, even if it's not like really heavy thing, just cutting video and getting AI to do what it needs to do.
Yes,
it is not easy. It's not easy work at all.
Mm-mm.
But
no.
all All right. Well, I am going to call this, and I appreciate all you folks, especially those who made it through this entire thing. That's amazing. I thank you. Appreciate you being here, Shizzy, too. You know, we do this every few weeks. I think that's good. You know, we can do a stream every few weeks. We can have fun, and we can call it this. But I really wanted you with this one because, you know, Bruce, again, you're his main character in his head. So I'm going to, again, shoot you over to Flashcast. Noting, of course, do not go over there. You're going to get offended and shit. Just, that ain't your thing. All right. But I'm ended. Appreciate you, folks.
See you guys.